bless every one of us in this board meeting. Peace and guidance to every one of us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So look over the agenda. A few minutes to look over the agenda. Just remind me. Okay, we'll approve the agenda. A motion to approve the agenda.
I make a motion, we approve the agenda.
Second.
Did you get that, Sharon? Excuse me. Okay, we'll do a roll call. Secretary Wells.
Yes.
Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
Board Member George.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, we'll move on. Any comments? And we'll go on to the board and superintendent report. Item A, board member report. We'll start with Secretary Wells.
I have nothing.
Okay, board member Gary Montoya.
I don't have anything specific at this time. Thank you.
Okay, board.
I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
If I may reclaim my time. Just in regards to the recent attendance of the Regional 1 meeting, school board meeting in Gallup. I know we mentioned that before, but at the same time, I just think there was some really good information that came out of there, and I just appreciate those people that were in attendance, and especially in regards to the presentation on the budget. There's some things on there that really stand out and are going to be beneficial. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Board member George.
I have no report, thank you.
Okay, I have a report. And that would include the Region 1 meeting in Gallup, as board member Montoya had talked about, and some of the interesting items that came from that was a lawsuit that was fought, litigated, and it was about the powers, who has the ultimate powers, whether it's PED or the governing board. And so, and including notice that some board members had attended the spring budget and drove to Gallup. So I wasn't. Anyhow, I think it was great, and then another item is something I attended along on April 28th. On the 14th, Friday, this past Friday. And that was regarding the threats to schools on Navajo Nation. And there was points made, and people that were in attendance were the prosecutor of Navajo Nation, and just a whole slew of people, even involving health and wellness, mental and behavior health, and DODI, and just a whole slew of people. I believe who was online was the president and vice president of Navajo Nation. Excuse me, and then also the council delegate that has pushed this item, the subject, the serious subject, and Navajo Nation chief of police was there, and I would love to say that he really gave a lot of credit to CCSD and our safety task force, and more than several times during that meeting, and I just think that was so great. I didn't expect that, but it was really nice to sit there and have that said about our district, but I am with that, I had to say that one thing that chief of police had brought up, Mr. Chief Noon, I guess that's the proper way to say, and he brought up about reacting to some of the threats, reacting to things, and that we should be better prepared, and that schools across Navajo Nation should adopt and really look into what CCSD has set up. And but I do have to say, I think all of this was in the making over the last years. In some small ways, it was. Okay. That's what, yeah. Did yours?
Oh, I don't even have it on. I'm looking at the agenda.
Secretary Wells?
Present.
Okay. So to continue our safety program, or what they were commending us for, had been in the making over the years since the incident, or since the loss of Ashlyn Mike. And when I said her name in that meeting, people gasp, and I think they had forgotten. And so, yes, we have been reactive, and I hope never to have something like that. And it is my hope that we never have something like that again. And so, but the next meeting is slated for April 28th, maybe. And there's going to be a whole series of them. And I don't know if they videoed this or if they recorded it, but I did say too that we're in these positions, these elected positions, for a reason, and some of those positions take a lot of backbone and spine and courage, and I mentioned even our stray dog situation, where our student for 2 years was dealing with that, and so was the bus driver. And so I said we need to start making some hard decisions and reviewing some of the laws, because even in that I had suggested a pepper spray, taser, and was told that that wasn't allowed on Navajo Nation. And people were surprised. Even though they work there in Window Rock, those laws, they were surprised by that, and so I really think I'm so glad I made the trip over there. I was tired. We all left 12:30 that night before, and it was joked that the ladies were all over the mountain while the men stayed behind, which was, but it was a very good meeting, and I really hope that they keep to it and continue with the passion, because more and more, and then we learned some more disturbing things from that whole threat, and things that really need to be addressed. And there was no fault of anybody on our side, or even Navajo Nation. It's the laws of Navajo Nation, and it's those systems that are breaking down that really need to be looked at and challenged and changed. So, and we have our Vice President with us now, and Vice President Haskey, we are on item 3A with board member reports.
In terms of the safety task force, I think it was really instrumental really important that our school district was at the table when we were talking about next steps in terms of safety for our students in our schools. Thank you very much to President Aspis and a board attorney for also being present, and for superintendent and others that were online. So thank you for that. I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go on to
Madam
B.
President,
Go ahead.
if I may just add to your comments and Vice President Haskey's comments as well. I just want to thank you guys for taking part in that, because obviously it's very important for us as a district, and quite frankly, in my humble opinion, it exemplifies the use of the professionals that we have in that department, and the advantage that we have with having the knowledge and the experience that we do within that department, and the background that they bring to the district. that from my understanding, again, as you just alluded to, that it could become a model for everybody else on the reservation, and from my understanding, even up here in this area with the other school districts. So with that, I know we get a lot of flack a lot of the times, but that department does and has benefited the district very, very well, as you have just alluded to. And so I appreciate the fact that it has been noted by the Navajo Nation, and they're looking in our direction to hopefully at some point in time try to replicate. And even in regards to what we've mentioned before about the threat assessment that we've talked about, and something I truly believe needs to be refined and put into policy within the district to help us to mitigate some of these circumstances and problems as well. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go on to item B, Superintendent Report.
All right, everyone, thank you for that. Board President Aspas, members of the board, and audience. For this report, I'll try to keep it fairly simple and fairly short. I would like to talk a little bit about a conference that I did go to last week. It was the NMASBO, or you might say NASBO, which stands for New Mexico Association of School Business Officials. It was their spring budget workshop. It's kind of hard to tell what goes on just by the name of that, but that budget workshop covers a wide variety of topics that New Mexico PED requires our schools and our district, and so many of those are geared toward finance. Several are geared toward curriculum. Some are geared toward different offices we have. We had quite a few different folks there, including some members here. I know there was some ICO representation as well, and other departments. But I don't want to talk so much about all of the information they gave, but I do want to talk about one of the sessions. And there's a reason, because I kind of want to hammer home a point that I've been making a little bit. The session I want to talk about is called STEM on a Shoestring. This session covered New Mexico's STEM initiatives, and the purpose was to present all the professional development offerings they have for teachers across our state, which is quite a few. But the reason I want to talk about this session is because I remember more about the learning that took place in this session than any of the other sessions that I attended. The session started like most of them. Almost every single session was 2, 3, 4 adults standing in front of everybody, a room full of people. There's a PowerPoint, and then they talk to you. They talk at you for about 45 minutes to an hour. And it's interesting enough because most of the superintendents in the state were there. And so there's some really, educators I look up to across the state, esteemed educators. But in the education conference such as this, the way that they presented was not how I want to see classrooms. And so I kind of want to make that point. Generally speaking, when somebody talks for 30 minutes or so and you're just listening, you do have the habit of checking out. I don't know if everybody feels that way, but I know I do that a little bit. So that's kind of why I want to talk about it. The way the session went for this STEM session, they did that for probably 15, 20 minutes, but then they broke into groups. And I happened to be there with a couple members of our finance team, and so we got into a group, and so they were illustrating a point of how they want to do their workshops. And in this group, we were supposed to build a bridge. And we went ahead and talked about what we know, or I'm sorry, not a bridge. We were supposed to build boats, and these boats were supposed to float on water, and we were going to have a contest with other folks and see who could hold the most pennies. So that's what we were going to do. And so we had a talk about what we know about boats. What shape should we make it? What should we do to make the boat float? How can we make it so it could hold more pennies, hold more weight? And so our team, we built the boat. And of course, I don't want to tell you the outcomes, but we did win, of course. We had 86 pennies that our boat held. But that's beside the point. But the thing is, I remember the entire experience. I can't tell you about all the other talks that I heard anywhere near as much as I can that. And so my point that I really want to make is what happened there was true engagement. We had to talk to one another, and by talking to one another, it solidified the learning that was taking place. We have teachers in this district who do that on a daily basis. We also have teachers sometimes who don't. And the reason I'm talking about this, I want to hammer home the point. Our kids need to talk in the classroom. It makes a huge difference in their learning when they're talking to one another about what they're learning. It helps them to form the concepts of what's going on. So I just wanted to kind of hit that one more time. And I'm going to do that again and again because that's one of the most important things to me. Our kids, so many of them are English language learners. Those students especially need to talk to one another as they learn. So let's make a point. Let's make sure that learning happens by engagement and by students talking with one another. And that's what I have for today. So thank you.
Here's the extra agenda. So we'll go on to reports, and let's try, every time I've tried to get, the meeting not so long, then it seems like we end up doing it anyway, and even worse. But anyhow, 5 minutes on reports, if possible. So we'll go on to, so are we doing this first? Yeah, I thought when she shows up, she was going to do that. Yeah. So we'll go on to item B. She's here. And it's school year 2023-24 school academic calendar by Tanya Amrin.
Yate, everybody. So in keeping it short and sweet and interactive, I think what might be best is just answer questions that you all have about the calendar as opposed to me going on about the calendar. So if that sounds okay, what questions do you all have as the board?
Board members, any comments, questions?
Are we advocating, Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
are we advocating Plan B?
Yes, if I may answer. That's the calendar that was presented at Thursday's meeting.
Yes.
And that was the one that was voted on for approval, I understand.
Yes, so that was the calendar version, Calendar B, that went out for vote to staff community. Sharon, can you flip about 3 slides maybe? It's the first graph, I believe. One more. There, that one. That just shows the breakdown of the votes. Again, with the majority being parents and students. Parents green, students blue.
Yes, I looked at that and that looks good to me. I would vote for that.
Great.
I think the committee went to a lot of work and commend them for their hard work and their accomplishments. And so, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
President Aspis.
Go ahead.
I just appreciate the clarification from the superintendent in regards to one of the justifications, because I know there's people who have questions of the start date itself, trying to align us with everybody within the county to include Farmington, but obviously because of the consideration of where we are and the Indian Education Act and the scheduling and those days that are pertinent to our constituency. I understand that that's a consideration as well as to the start date for our district. But in regards to the calendar that was decided by the constituents, again I agree with that, and hope we can just move forward. Thank you.
Okay, I've asked twice. Any other board member has comments?
I don't have any comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I'll do my comment now. I'll share my comment, and usually this is, and it shouldn't be. It's always contentious every frickin' year. But to be honest, I'm sure you won't mind me being honest, I have no faith in surveys. And I wanted to be sure on this. But some of the feedback that I did get back is, as far as some of the committee, what they expressed or what was within the committee does not reflect in the calendar. So I thought that was interesting, and so that's why I really want to make sure, and that I have no faith in surveys, and that's not just because but all surveys. And so I just really want to make sure that we're, any last minute naysayers, any last, that, that they're heard. And then the 3 days that we're looking at, I was asking, I want to see documentation on where that's written. And I was told that, that's part of the Indian education. And, but I want to see it. I don't, there's 2 times that I could kick myself with, going with somebody else's interpretation instead of reading it for myself. And so I don't want to repeat that. But I see, I was sent the documents, and I see, so to this point, I think we're good. And the only thing is, did we get the time of the start and of the day?
Oh, yeah, for like the students at the school?
Yes.
So that can be unique to the school to an extent. So Sharon, if you'll go back up, like maybe 2 slides. So overall keep going, if you would. A little bit more. Right there. Okay, so on the bottom, if you'll see in the parentheses where it says 6.5 hours for elementary and 6.5 for secondary. So the schools can decide, within parameters of transportation and staff arriving and things like that. But they can decide what time the students would start. So maybe it's 7:45 at the high school and, 8 o'clock at the elementary. They can individualize that for their needs. So this calendar just sets the overall, it more tells the students what days to show up. Show up this day, don't show up that day, but the times are really individualized per school. So this doesn't reflect that. But several of the schools on the district's website have their bell schedule.
Sorry, Jared. I don't know if anybody's aware, but APS has a lot of riled up people in the metro with their start time. And that's what I was really looking for was, the elementary at 7:45. You said depending.
That's, I don't know the specific details because I don't have to know those. So I don't know those. I was just saying 7:45.
So that's
I have no clue.
really the times I really want to, I wanted to hear tonight
Okay.
was, for the elementary schools, what the earliest, as they have here, they have elementary schools earliest 7:45 to 2. Latest is 9 to 4. And then high school 7:25 to 2:25.
For our district, or is that
No,
for
I'm-
APS?
I'm-
Oh, okay.
Albuquerque.
Got it.
And
Okay.
middle schools, 8:15 to 3.
Okay.
So that's current,
Okay.
that's now. Okay, next year is 7:30 to 2:30 for elementary, and that's group 1. Group 2 is 8:05 to 3:05. High schools is 8:40 to 3:40. Middle schools is 9:15 to 4:15. So, that's what I wanted to see is those,
Okay.
what's our start time and what the previous years were, where we started early. It was bad because you had rural places where, especially when the weather was bad, the one mom was four-wheeling her kids to the bus stop in the dark of the morning. So we have situations like that, and I was really hoping to be mindful of that. And then, of course, as we pointed out with the power plant road through Ninahanzad, there's the traffic there is pretty bad, and hopefully we're getting that safe, making it more safe with a light at that bus stop, and so that more of the traffic they can see, and then the bus driver can see also, the students. So, that's what I want to, so that there's no surprises when next year rolls around, that,
Yeah.
parents are upset because of the, what time their school starting, so I want to see
Yeah.
those times.
I think in terms of start and end times for the elementaries, Mr. Carlson or Mr. Deswood could speak to those. But I do want to show really quick. Sharon, could you go to the district website? And then schools?
I believe at this point.
No time?
Maybe, let's get that up as soon as we can. So again, the parents they know the school year, and when next school year starts, they've had plenty of time to adjust and with those start time.
Yeah.
You want me to speak to that just for a
Please.
second there, Board President Aspis?
Yes.
And this is mostly, Board President Aspis knows most of this information already, probably all of it. But I agree with her that the community does need to know if there's much in the way of adjustments. Just so everybody's aware, all schools have to have, and it's up there, at least 1,140 hours of instruction. And that it gets really weird when you're trying to figure out the hours, because you can include some professional development time. I believe it is 30 minutes at the elementary and 60 minutes at the secondary level, or is it the other way around?
Hours, 30 hours.
I'm sorry, hours. Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to say hours. And so the calendars, one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to have a little bit longer calendar if you keep the same, if you have shorter hours. So we do have some schools who start at 8:15, and some, they might end at 3. We have some who start at, I think there's some 8 to go to 2:45. So there's different lengths. Just so parents are aware, and we will get a schedule out for you, because we do need to talk to transportation. We can't just say this is exactly how we're going to do it, but we will work with them to make sure that we're doing our best for the families. So what it amounts to is we have to have about a 6.5-hour day for both elementary and secondary. I know some people were worried because originally the thought was it was going to be 7 hours for high school. It's not. If all elementary, if we can get students there by 8, and that doesn't require much earlier in any places. It might be 5 minutes for some bus stops, but we'll let parents know exactly what's happening. If everybody can start at 8 and everybody has a 30-minute lunch, 8 till 3 is basically 7 hours, and if you subtract that 30-minute lunch, that's 6.5 hours. So we can have schools go from 8 to 3 or maybe 3:05, and then high schools and middle schools, they would just go a little bit after that. So generally speaking, it would be probably 8:30 till maybe 3:35. I would say probably 3:45 at the latest. I don't want to say that's exactly what's going to happen, but there won't be a major adjustment. But part of it is, the good news is our high schools already basically had 11:40 hours, and that really helps. Elementary we did not, but we had, somewhat close to it. So it really doesn't affect the high school that much. Elementary, it just affects a little bit. And so we will, I agree with Board President Aspis, we will publish those schedules as soon as we can. And we're going to sit down with transportation. We're going to try to keep it as compact as possible so, kids aren't getting home super late and they don't have to get up much earlier. And we believe we can do all that with the schedules that we have if we adopt them today.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Anybody? All right. Ahiahat, Hagonet.
Thank you. So we'll go on to item A, safety update on recent school threat by David Griego and Devin Verhulst.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, members of the community. Today I was asked to come present a recent school threat that was directed towards Newcomb High School. However, I see that there is a typo on the face sheet. There was April 3rd of 2023 when this incident occurred. So I just wanted to go over the actual threat itself and what occurred on this date. I just want to emphasize that Devin and I take every threat directed towards our schools seriously. We work diligently behind the lines, which a lot of people don't know about what we're doing behind the lines because it's a lot of texting and phone calls that we do when we receive these threats, trying to figure out where they came from and working with law enforcement to try to get whoever made the threat into custody and identifying a suspect. So on 4-3, a school threat was directed towards the Newcomb High School area, Kirtland, and the Farmington area. It came in through social media. I want to commend our community because the minute that threat was sent out, we received several text messages from parents, teachers, students, screenshotting the threat and sending it to our administrative staff. The safety department was notified of the threats at approximately 5:15 p.m. Once notified and obtained all pertinent information, the following steps were activated. So both the lead safety advisors assigned to the Newcomb area were directed to respond to Newcomb Middle School and meet with the assistant principal there. They were instructed to be the liaison to Navajo Police Department with anything they needed. Simultaneously, Mr. Verhulst and I contacted and briefed the following agencies and personnel. We contacted the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, Samuel County Sheriff's Department, Farmington Police Department, Farmington School Safety Team, School Resource Officers, Aztec School Safety Team, CCSD Transportation Coordinator, career prep administration, Shiprock High School administration, our public information officer, our operations department, and we also were in contact with our IT division. While communicating with the above mentioned departments and personnel, we were retrieving and collecting all and disseminating all pertinent information to local law enforcement agencies to aid them in their investigation. Through the investigation, a single suspect was identified. He was identified as a student that attended one of our schools. All the information was shared with Navajo Police Department, who in turn were able to locate the suspect and apprehend them. The suspect was placed into custody by MPD and was transported to a local detention facility at approximately 8:53 p.m. on this same day. I do want to commend MPD because they were able to locate the suspect and apprehend them. The communication with the district staff and the officers that were actually making the arrest was great. We were able to communicate that and also prepare for the next day, because at that moment we thought the suspect was going to be in custody for a while. So the following morning on the 4th, while we were continuing to work with all parties involved, we learned that the suspect had been released. Learning of this new information, we followed up with the Navajo Nation Police Department, who advised the following. They advised that tribal detention doesn't hold unless there's a family violence element. Navajo Department of Corrections only holds until the next morning. Holding is something we consistently address to the prosecutor's office and Navajo law and order committees. At that time, Devin and I kind of pivoted on that because we knew that the suspect had made direct threats towards the Farmington and Kirtland area. So while receiving this information, we were also contacted by a school district located on the reservation. It was Kayenta, and advised that the suspect was trying to enroll at their school site. So the school administration staff were concerned about the individual's behavior, mannerisms, and contacted Navajo PD. During this time, our safety department worked with the school district personnel, updating them on the student status of the threat and sharing information on the identity of the suspect. A short time later, MPD notified the safety department that the suspect had been detained for a second time and transported to another Arizona facility. While continuously working with the agencies involved with this investigation, trying to ensure the suspect was apprehended due to the severity of the threats, we learned that the suspect in this case had been released a second time. We continued working with our local law enforcement agencies to ascertain if they were seeking state charges for this particular case in order to keep all of our community members safe. What we did was we reached out to San Juan County Sheriff's Office and the Farmington Police Department due to the fact that there was a threat directed towards the Kirtland area and Farmington area. Due to the nature of the social media threats that were directed towards the students located on the reservation schools, state charges in this particular case could not be sought based on how the threats were made. Contact was made with Navajo Nation Criminal Investigative Unit. They advised that they are currently en route to the FBI office to discuss possible federal charges against the suspect. Devin and I provided updated information and locations where the suspect was last seen to coordinate and assist the detention of the suspect. It was great communication that we were getting from Kayenta schools. Some of our local community members were able to locate it, send us updates on where the suspect was at and what he was doing. And we were in return able to communicate with our local law enforcement agencies and relay that information to them. The suspect and suspect's mothers were identified leaving one of our local schools. Descriptions were forwarded to the law enforcement entities, and a short time later, the suspect was detained by the FBI. As of April 10th, the suspect was identified in the school threat, and it was currently pending federal charges. We did receive an update on the 11th of April that the suspect had been released on an ankle bracelet and will not have access to any social media and is currently residing in Albuquerque. We continue forging relationships and sharing pertinent information to our local law enforcement agencies as it pertains to this investigation and future investigations through open lines of communication. Our school admin, district admin departments are continuing to work together in compiling are completing all the necessary documentation of this incident and the suspect to better serve all involved parties and constituents. The safety department, along with multiple CCSD personnel, have completed a risk assessment for the student and are taking all necessary steps to ensure the safety of all our students and staff. Some of the things that we identified that Devin and I are pretty good at, we like to talk about what went wrong and where we can improve it as a school district. What worked and where we can improve, communication. I just want to thank our community for reporting this incident immediately and notifying law enforcement. CCSD has a great working relationship with all entities, and we will continue to foster these relationships. I think some of the areas that we can improve on and work on our internal process of vetting every single person who attempts to enter our school. We will do this through additional specific trainings, work with each school independently, so all the vetting process are consistent and standard in the district, throughout the district. I think one of the things that Devin and I identified was once the suspect was released a second time, he was allowed into a school, and we identified that it is a possible threat that we need to be able to vet those individuals before they actually step foot into the schools. Some of the things that we're looking at is continuing educating students and staff in the areas of monitoring social media sites and the implementation of Safer Schools Together organization to assist with our threat assessment and risk assessment identification process to better ensure the health and safety of all our students. I didn't include this in the slide, but I did attend the meeting on Friday with Navajo Nation. Yeah, I thought it was pretty awesome that Chief Noon recognized our school district as one of the leading districts in the area for school safety. I think that goes a long way with what Devin and I are trying to do to develop this program. And I just really appreciate the board support, the superintendent support, the assistant superintendent support, and all the directors that support this vision that we have for this district. And with that, I stand for questions.
Board members,
Madam President.
go ahead.
As you all heard, Mr. Grego, that I expressed the sentiment of thanking you guys for your efforts and what you're doing and really becoming a model for the school safety program, and especially what has transpired, and they're looking this way. And obviously we want everybody to be safe once they step into these schools, because that's what people expect. So for your efforts, Devin's efforts, I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing, and again support the effort that you guys are providing to the school district and the surrounding districts as well. And I'm glad there's that open line of communication, and hopefully this event will really open the eyes of the people of the Navajo Nation to see that it's just not elsewhere, but it's happening here as well. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Any
Madam
other
President.
board members?
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I want to commend the safety team. I read over this report, and I had read other comments knew about the situations in other schools, and that the suspect had been apprehended and then released. Kudos to you and to the other districts, especially to your coordination with them. I think it's unfortunate that he was released. Perhaps the Navajo Nation can take another look. I'm sure that there are reasons for instigating that policy, that procedure. was okay at the time it was instituted, but perhaps it could be updated. We face different challenges in our world today, and detention for until the next morning is obviously, as we've seen here, inadequate. And hopefully that can be addressed within the nation. Hopefully they can see that and will take steps to mitigate any future situations like that where he was released twice and allowed to go from here to another school in Arizona even and try and register there. Anyway, congratulations to you and kudos to you for your work and your efforts and for accomplishing what you have accomplished.
Thank you,
Madam President.
I'd like to make a comment also.
Go ahead, Vice President Heskey.
I think I would say kudos to the board also because it was over a year ago that the board, especially board member George, who really brought safety to the attention of everybody. So it was definitely a whole school district effort to make sure that all these processes were in place. I think that our group did very well. I think that moving forward, we need to continue to address those areas that were identified. And I thank everybody who has been involved in the process, in this whole process. So I think it definitely was a whole group effort in terms of how the outcomes from this situation. Thank you.
Any other board members, comments, questions?
President Aspis, may I?
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say I'm so proud of the safety team on that day for their efforts and for the communication that they laid across San Juan County and working with the other school district and then also working within the communication process of the schools, the administrators, and all involved. And thank you for listening to the community with their responses to the threats that were made and just being on top of things. I'm really proud of that team and everybody that was involved as well. Everybody that was a key player, and you guys went above and beyond, helping out the other school district to catch that person who was trying to enroll in the other school and possibly be threatened there. So I think we're moving in the right direction. And again, I just want to thank you, gentlemen, for your efforts that day. You guys saved a lot of students and a lot of staff. So thank you. Good job.
Okay, my turn on the comments. As I said earlier, I was proud to sit there and hear those positive comments coming, especially from Navajo Nation Chief of Police. And one thing that I think everybody in the room, after some time, they realize that this is a huge project, and it's going to take some time. So, in his words, he said the immediate fix would would just to create a MOU such as CCSD has with Navajo Nation, and I would go with that. I agree with Navajo Nation Chief of Police in that the immediate fix. That's what we need to really focus on, and the other stuff, as our Natanis work on that and has some courage and to make changes or to make decisions. These are difficult, dividing decisions sometimes, and but as I said earlier, I believe we as a district and well, again, I bring up Ashland Mike. I think it's been in the making that we've had to really look at our safety and make sure that it was taken very seriously, because we sure don't want a repeat. And so I think from Ashland Mike, and as VP Haskey had mentioned, with the attack on during or after graduation down at Newcomb High, those were very serious and could have ended up not as well as it did, and there was a lot of questions that came from that, and then now as we're approaching graduation season, I wonder, if there's anything in place for such a large event. And so I believe what we've done has been reactive, and so I hope we don't get stuck on where we're at now. We need to still improve. There's still a lot. And one area that I have brought up before and is both the customer service and also the safety part of it. And that's having a live person operator at each high school, instead of relying on recording and I don't, what do you call those, auto, yeah. And so I'd really like to get away from that, because I think when there's a missing child, or parents are wanting questions, or I think it infuriates them even more, and when they just reach a recording or press this number, or and I really like to get back to a live person operator, and that's one area that I hope that we can do better on, and I'm sure other board members have other areas as well that need, that they see needs improvement. So I also have a request from Board Attorney Jermaine Chappelle would like to say something. Go ahead.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening. I just want to say, obviously, like everybody else, this was a really great example of our safety team in action. I wanted to circle back a little bit to what's going to happen next in terms of us working with other school districts and with the Navajo Nation. The safety conference that we had last Friday was extremely well attended and very informative. And so just a couple things right off the gate is, one, the prosecutor for Navajo Nation was there and indicated that he's going to work very hard to rescind the 8-hour hold requirement so that this doesn't happen again in the future. We also talked quite a bit about the need for mental health and kind of holistic approaches to that, so that we could catch these kiddos before they get to this stage. And so those were a couple key things that I think came out of that summit that were really important. But the biggest thing is that it's a great opportunity for us to really work together with our other school districts and the Navajo Nation to really become even better in terms of communication and what we're doing now with safety. And so I just wanted to let the public know, and of course our board and folks attending know, that a lot of good came out of that meeting and will be ongoing work coming from that. And I stand for questions if there are any, board president, but I just wanted to add that real quick. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members? Okay, we'll continue on to item C, legislative bill update by Jermaine Chappelle.
Board members, we have had at least one summary of this at the regional meeting, but I think for the public and staff, what I thought I would do is just give a kind of a high-level summary. Is that what you'd like me to do, Board President?
Yes, I think by now we know which laws or bills have passed or signed.
Yep. So I'll start off with funding. There was about an 8% increase from the state over last year, an additional $302 million. And so that brings the total coming out of the SEG at $4.12 billion. So we did see a per student minimum increase. But in addition to that, there are a number of grants totaling more than $200 million that we can take advantage of. And the big topics of those grants are as follows. There were a number of grants looking at community schools, Native American, rural, and family engagement opportunities. There were also a number of grants on safety and cyber threats. One of the bills, for example, I want to say gave $70 million for additional safety facilities and expansion. That was Senate Bill 131. And then there's also an attendance 6 program, $5 million. I think we have to apply for that. And there's obviously the bulk of it was in the K+ program and after school learning. And then again, they did focus on high need positions, principals, counselors, social workers, and they've instituted a pilot residency program for that. And then they also focused on funding behavioral health issues. They are recognizing, they meaning PED and the state, legislators are recognizing coming out of COVID, a number of school districts are looking at increased issues with behavioral health. Before I go into the other bills, are there any questions on the dollars coming out of the legislature?
Any questions, board members? Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Came on.
There you are. Yes, sir.
It's not really a question other than what was pointed out at the Region 1 meeting. And there was 4 bullets under the initial SEG distribution. And the 4th bullet is the one that really stands out to me. And it says, must prioritize funding for improving student outcomes. And again, everything that we do, everything that we're directed to try to achieve is really predicated off those student outcomes. And that's why I ask the questions that I do, because again, that's a return on investment for students. And there's a lot of money that's being divvied out to the school districts. And if we all remember in respects to having to sit in front of the LFC and get called to the carpet because of that, Mr. Superintendent and my colleagues, again, for us as being the responsible party that gets called in front of them, I think it's imperative, and I'll say it again, it's imperative that we look at everything that we do to attend to it, that it is achieving and improving the student outcomes for the money that we get to invest in our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Montoya. And for that point, I would like to commend our superintendent and our data group because in order to have asset-based budget outcomes that PET is now requiring, we have to have much better tracking on what the outcomes are in terms of the programs we spend money on. And so thankfully, we are poised to be able to do that because of the concentration placed on that. Superintendent, do you want to speak to that point?
I think you did just now, Ms. Chappelle, and I appreciate that. I agree with you that we are poised to collect those kind of data. And so, again, thanks for bringing that up. That's all I need to say about that.
Okay, yes, sir. And just by way of reminder, it also is in our equity policy that you all passed in November, and it will be part of our strategic planning as well. And we can keep you updated on that. Board President, are there additional comments or questions before I move on?
No, go ahead. Continue on.
Okay, thank you. The only other thing that I would like to note is that House Bill 2 does require that all employees must be paid a minimum of 15 per hour. I don't know where we stand on that, but I know there were quite a number of increases.
Jermaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat? I'm kind of hearing, it wasn't very clear what you said. House Bill what?
House Bill 2 is the budget bill for the entire state. And in that bill, as you know, we were briefed in the regional meeting, but also on the New Mexico School Board Association documents. House Bill 2 included a number of increases for various salaried positions, teacher assistants, for example. But they also included a caveat in there indicating that all employees must be paid a minimum of 15 per hour, which is, I believe, the state's minimum wage. I would imagine we're fine there, but I just wanted to point that out in case it's something we need to double check.
Jermaine, can you repeat that caveat?
Yes, ma'am. Is it on my end? Am I not loud enough? Is that the issue?
No, it's kind of mumbled. Or is it my hearing?
I don't know. Sorry. Steve, do you know if we are at least paying a minimum of 15 per hour?
I believe we are this year, yes.
Okay, good. So the caveat, Board President, is that we're required to make sure we're meeting the state's minimum wage of 15 per hour for all employees across the board. At least a minimum of 15 per hour.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, board members?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So there were a couple of controversial bills. One passed and one did not. We will be talking about House Bill 134 that pertains to including menstrual products in school bathrooms of both boys and girls. We have received some threats of litigation on that, and so we will be discussing that in executive session. That bill provides or requires that schools must have at least menstrual products in all girls' bathrooms, unisex bathrooms, and at least one boys' bathroom. And I know that we've discussed the cultural concerns with respect to that, so that's one of the controversial ones. The second controversial bill was House Bill 126, and in that bill, the legislature was looking at changing graduation requirements. That bill did pass, but the governor vetoed it. And then there was another one that would modify the requirements of board members, and that one didn't make it through either. So that one ultimately did not become law. So do you want me to pause, Board President, on these controversial bills before moving forward on the more bread and butter bills?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So on that 134, just to update, the more that I've talked to, other community members and, or basically my constituents, they're appalled by that. And I just let them know that, that's what's coming about, and I feel that with if we comply, the district complies, then there may be that parent that is raising a future medicine man and shouldn't be around stuff like that. So in our culture, Navajo culture, that's taboo. And so, I don't think we were represented well in the roundhouse. I don't think whoever proposed the bill did their due diligence or considered all the tribes. I don't know if all the Pueblo communities are alike. I'm sure some differ, and then we also have Hopi and Zuni and Apache. So this was. But for Navajo, for CCSD, I just let my constituents know that that's basically what it means, and so that, that they're well aware, and, you know, and I just expressed that, you know, we need to pay attention and, know what's being passed during legislative sessions. So there was that, and then also the House Bill 126. Can you, Ms. Chappelle, go into detail on that? Well, I know you said that the governor vetoed it. Was that the elimination of Algebra 2? Am I on the right bill?
Yes, that was one of the aspects of that. It also aligned next step plans with graduate profile. It reinforced local control, and ultimately, not quite sure why it had quite a bit of support. Very few legislators voted against it, but the governor did veto that bill.
Okay. Any other board members with comments, questions?
Board President, may I? I have a question.
Go ahead.
So what we were just talking about, is that related to the feminine products placed in all the schools for females? Is that what we're talking about? What was talked about? As far as...
I'm sorry, board member George. What House Bill 134 requires is that menstrual products be placed not only in girls' bathrooms, but also in unisex bathrooms and at least one boys' bathroom in every school.
Okay. And the reference for the Navajo culture part, is that related into reference to that?
There have been concerns raised in reference to this bill from a cultural standpoint. Yes.
Okay, I know it's sensitive for the cultural part, and I know that a lot of like Arizona Navajos have different beliefs, and then New Mexico has different. They just practice different because of their regions. But from my teachings and my family's understanding is that culturally, students who are two-spirited, which are lesbian, gay, they're part of the LGBT community, they're considered sacred in our way back in our traditional stories. And they're considered honorable, and they're considered sacred. And so with the LGBT community, they're okay, and that's how my constituents in this area that I represent see it. And like I said, that's how the stories from way back from my great grandparents has been handed down to me, and also with medicine men who practice in certain regions. That's their story, because with us just being human, women have both the men on the right side and women on the left side of our bodies. And so that is also with the males, they also have the female side and the male side. But not to go on very long, but that's just my understanding of the traditions. So it kind of goes differently from what Ms. Aspis has stated, and what she and her constituents see as traditional. So there's just a lot of aspects that go around it. I know it's very sensitive, but that's my my take on it, and my I guess my constituents' region that I just wanted to mention. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
In terms of cultural teachings, that in respects to feminine products, those are across the board. It's not by region. All of that, the way we carry ourselves, the way we hold ourselves. And I also have heard about the dual, both male and female, the dual spirits. But that's not the same thing as having feminine products in males' bathrooms. There's the elders. I know that it was drilled into me in terms of having care with those items, having care during your menstrual cycle. Those are the areas that I feel that are a concern, not whether we are allowing having different bathrooms for different people. This is about feminine products and the care that we have with those things, and how the cultural teachings say we have to be very respectful and very, conscious of how we're taking care of ourselves, because they have a direct influence on the opposite sex. That's what the teachings are about. It doesn't have anything to do with regions. The languages are different. They have a variation, but the cultural teachings always about keeping yourself sacred, walking in beauty, doing things with care. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Haskey. Well said, and I agree.
Board President, may I?
Go ahead.
Ms. Chappelle and Mr. Superintendent Carlson, right now we don't even have unisex restrooms in the schools as well, or we don't have a designated unisex restroom that we've been needing for a couple of years now.
Board Member George, this is not about the unisex bathroom. This is about House Bill.
But Ms. Chappelle just stated in the reading of the House bill that it does say unisex restrooms, and I'm just referring to that we don't have those. But thank you.
Okay, Ms. Chappelle, go ahead and continue.
So moving forward, there were a couple of bills that I want to highlight, especially for our procurement section. House Bill 226 does exempt certain purchases of instructional materials from the procurement code. And so just want to circle back on that with our procurement person so that we can include that within our procurement, making any changes we need to our procurement policy. And with respect to the other House bill that I think is important to mention is that House Bill 533 does increase our school group insurance contributions, meaning the school district provides increased percentages of the cost of employee insurance. My understanding, Superintendent, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that we were already at the levels in the bill, which is 60%, 70%, and 80% on a graduated basis. Do you want to chime in on that one, Superintendent?
Yes, absolutely. You're mostly right, except we're ahead of those numbers because
Awesome.
of what the program we have offered this year, which is actually paying 80% for everybody, which is the governor came on and she wanted to have 100% for the entire staff across the state, and that didn't pass. Obviously, nobody wanted to do that with the bill. The original bill, I believe, was for 80% for everybody, and then it was chopped down to its current form. In its current form, we already do more than that, so that bill does nothing for us. And as long as we continue with the program we offered this year.
Wonderful. So we're ahead of the pack on that one. We did identify some issues with technology gaps. House Bill 401 also identifies those gaps. And so there are some funding opportunities and some programs there that we can potentially avail ourselves of. And then moving down into the Senate bills, the one that I think is the most important from a Senate bill perspective is Senate Bill 131, and that has to do with public school capital outlay funding changes. So this bill has some good things for us and one thing that I don't see as a positive. The positive is that the match the positive thing is that our match has been reduced by a third, and as have most districts. So we have a pretty large match, even though the plant is being shut down. The drawback of this particular bill, Senate Bill 131, is that it does now put our match numbers or our match computation on a 5-year average. That doesn't really help us because next year our numbers will go down dramatically, and so we may need to visit that with the legislature and those entities to see what we can do in terms of relief. The other benefit of this particular bill is that it does give $25 million for pre-K and career technical facilities, and also $75 million for security. So those are great resources that we can, with the help of our operations structure, go after those funds. And then Senate Bill 383, Public Education Background Check Process. That is essentially putting into state law what's already in federal law. And so we're already doing most of what's in that bill, but we'll want to circle back with our HR folks to make sure we're taking advantage of that and complying. And with that, I stand for questions. If there are no questions on those, there are a number of house memorials that I think are extremely helpful for us going forward. And I'm just going to list these off. I would recommend, to the extent that we can, that we participate in these task forces, so that our particular voice, can be heard in some of these conversations. And so, House Joint Memorial 7, study school ventilation and air conditioning. My understanding from our operations director is that we are ahead of the pack on that and have done quite a lot of work, especially during COVID, to make sure we were doing really well in that. But what the outcome of that House Joint Memorial will be is to give more funding for issues regarding school ventilation and air conditioning. Another very key study group is going to be House Memorial 51, study public school funding formula. This goes back to our impact aid concerns. And so any studying of the SEG formula is important for us to participate in, because if we don't, it's very possible that they could try to claw back some of that impact aid dollars that we have been able to bring back to our school district. And then another one, House Memorial 56, study high school start times. I know that there's been a lot of conversation about that in terms in our district, more from coordinating bus times, but I think that might be something that's important to participate in. And then on the Senate side, Senate Joint Memorial 14, reduced school reporting requirement study. We've been talking about this for a number of years because with each, year of different types of legislative reporting that takes place, we don't clear out the old reporting requirements. And so there's quite a lot of older requirements that we probably don't need anymore. So Senate Joint Memorial 14 would be an extremely important one to participate in. And with that, board members, I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members? Go ahead.
Superintendent, in respect to the one for the insurance, we were already at the 80, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with the program that we had in place, would that assist and take it higher? You said we had some grant money to assist with payment?
No, the only ones that would be affected would have been the 50 to, or lower than 50,000, and since we're already doing the 80, that's just something we've embarked on our own, so
okay,
wouldn't be helped.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions, board members?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay,
Neither do I.
are you done, Ms.
Yes,
Chappelle?
ma'am. I've gone
Okay.
through the most important ones.
Okay, so we'll go on to item D, unique trip requests. Newcomb High School Robotics Technology Student Association, National Competition / STEM, Louisville, Kentucky, June 27th through July 2nd, by Garen, I don't know how to say that. Saludaris. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Saludaris.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. So they invited us again to join because of what happened during the Best Robotics competition. The school was invited to join another STEM competition in Las Cruces, NMSU, and we got second place in the solar car race. And I think they really did good in the portfolio part. That's why they win again, second place. And then our board game design won 5th place. And they're also going to Kentucky this June. So our proposed budget is $14,000, including the airfare, the hotel, and the food for the students and coaches.
Any questions, board members?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Man, that's pretty impressive. I just want to congratulate you and the effort that you have put into it. And quite frankly, again, the outputs from the students and their investments. Again, I've said this before. I went down there during the summer, a couple summers ago, and was able to see the robotics that the students built down there at the junior high. So it doesn't surprise me with the efforts that they're putting into it that there's a return for them, and especially to see and grow and develop the knowledge that it takes to do what they do with. So that's impressive, and I wish you guys would say good luck, but man, you guys are doing well. So keep up the good work. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, board members?
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I don't have any questions, just comments. As I looked this over earlier, it looked quite comprehensive, and the accomplishments that's already been made by the school, by the students, is impressive. I commend you and the students. A lot of effort, a lot of enthusiasm, obviously. My best to you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, board members?
I have one more question for the superintendent.
Okay, and for Mr. Saludaris, am I good? So
Yeah, perfect.
we have Kristen Simo over here, and she's eyeing me. So anyhow, this robotics, I went to a construction conference, and that conference was huge, and one of the areas was in robotics, and then I seen that same robot, which looked like a dog, and I seen that at the National School Board Conference, and I was really, I think the most that we've seen in robots is like, on wheels, or little toy trucks, or airplanes, but that robot was something else. It could be used as a whole range of things. So I'm really, really glad to see that our, especially our Newcomb students are being taught and, have some hands-on on things like that, and I think it's really great that you give that time and to coordinate for them to go on to this competition or this, and so kudos to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions, board members?
No question, but just also to say the same thing. Thank you for everything that you do for our students.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, superintendent? Do we have a template for these approvals? Ones that they feel like we're looking at now for the schools? when they fill out the requests.
Other than the pre-approval form, the
Yeah.
student travel?
That's what I mean, something for them to go by so to make sure we're dotting the i's and crossing the t's. So we're not having to send them back or do it over, and make sure that everybody's doing it specifically the way we need it done, again, for archival purposes, so there are no audit findings on them. Do we have a template for everybody?
It's probably a question that, I don't know if I can answer that fully, other than the fact that they do use this same form when they fill out the field trip, and everybody has to, include all the exact same information as to whether or not, it doesn't really include the financing necessarily, other than whether or not there'll be funds raised, or if it's paid by the district. And so I don't know if you're...
Well, that's obviously what I'm alluding to, but as far as, they're going to be different in respects to the funding aspect of it.
Okay.
But my point is to make sure that we're doing everything that needs to be filled out other than that dollar amount. But even then, the parameters to do it correctly, making sure you have the right numbers in the right place with the right signatures. That's what I'm asking.
So my only answer to that right now is that I guess from your question, there's a possibility we might need to re-examine the form that we use. Currently, we do have the form, and to my knowledge, it contains all the appropriate and necessary information, but there's nothing wrong with, sitting down and looking at it to make sure we have all
absolutely. I
I's
think
dotted and T's crossed.
The cleaner the better, the easier it is for whoever you have on your staff to review those, to make sure that when they do come to us, there's no problems or issues, and it doesn't slow down the requests.
You bet. And if you have any suggestions, let me know, and we can definitely work on that and have those conversations.
All right, thank you.
Okay. We'll continue on. Thank you, Mr. Solderis.
Thank you.
She's still eyeing me. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item E, unique trip requests, Newcomb High School, Mountaineering Club, Monument Valley, and Antelope Canyon, Page, Arizona, on May 19th through the 20th by Randy Curley, Jr. Go ahead, Mr. Curley. I guess he didn't hear me. Go ahead, Mr. Curley. I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
Oh no, I didn't have my mic on, so I was going like all out. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, this year Newcomb was doing an 8th period, club period, in which we kind of chose what we wanted to do, and Solidaris really love robots, so I chose robotics. And me with my military background and knowing that some of my students love to go hiking, love to go climbing and stuff like that, I chose mountaineering. We've been working on small things, learning how to braid rope from nothing. Not from nothing, but like from the grass, tree bark. We just learning how to make rope, and we're learning how to navigate through canyons and mountains and using topographic maps. Just having fun. And I thought it'd be a good time to use some of these skills and take these kids on a hike. And I chose Wildcat Trail in Monument Valley because my family and I, we went on that trail. And it was a pretty good hike. It was a 4-mile hike, dropping about 800 feet in elevation. And it goes around Mitten Rock. So I could teach the students about ravines and how to avoid heat exhaustion and how to navigate the desert, being from a military background and having like multiple years of training. After that, we thought it'd be cool to go to Antelope Canyon in Page. So we're going to spend the night in Page and then go hiking through Antelope Canyon. And the entire cost of the trip was a little bit under $6,100. Yeah. So she's scrolling through. So we're planning on staying at the Hampton Inn in Page, and that was the original form we were told to use. But I was doing everything already. I've already started everything in that Google Doc, and that kind of gives you step by step and where we're going to stop for restrooms and what's give myself 15 minutes for a restroom break with the kids. Where it should be in Bashes at Kienta to pick up lunch, depart, be at Wildcat Canyon, eat on the trail. It's very important that we keep our Netca clean. So the students and I were going to pack our lunch in, and we're going to eat on the trail and pack it all back out and then dispose of it properly so the students make sure that we keep the Netca beautiful. And then moving on to stopping in Shanto and then going up the Page. Right there says we're going to have dinner at Stromboli's Pizzeria. Students love pizza. Arriving back at the hotel, then lights out at 10 o'clock. And also indicated on there that we'll be leaving Mountain Standard Time and we'll be arriving over there at Arizona Time, which is not Mountain Standard Time. It's an hour earlier. The following day, there's a wake-up call at 6 a.m., breakfast at the hotel. We should be departing for Blackstreet Canyon tours. These guys are actually pretty cool. Each individual student was charged $112. But after multiple conversations with the manager, they found out that we're from Newcomb is on the reservation, and I have a bunch of native students. So they knocked down the price from $120 to only $20 a student. That was pretty awesome. Huge saver. So then we're going to go for about 2 hours. There's also a lot of the guides will be there. They'll be talking to us about safety issues and safety concerns, making sure that the students have an understanding of where they're going, making sure we have water. And then they also have like some cultural teachings as well. I have no idea that's what they just told me. So they'll probably talk about the general area. They'll tell us about what the history of that place in accordance with the net culture. And then Slackers, it's a really good place to eat burgers. I've ate there. It's delicious. We're right before we return, we want to go stop at Horseshoe Bend at the Lookout. They have a small fee of $70 for buses that have 15 or more passengers. So there's a small fee of $70. Stay there for like an hour or two, then head back to the reservation or head back to Newcomb. Also, in that red, it shows that we'll be running majority of the time on Arizona time, and then we should be coming back to Newcomb in Mountain Standard Time. So it's actually, we'll be back by 9 o'clock instead of 8 p.m. But just for the sake of keeping track of how many hours the bus driver will be driving, I kept everything in one standard time. And if you look, some of them are in blue. All the stuff that is in blue will be for the bus drivers. That's when the bus driver will be en route. And a lot of the black font is for what we'll be doing at the hotels in our downtime. So blue is for bus driver being on duty. And then there's our bus, trip requests. I just used Google Maps. On this actual thing, it says use maps.randmcnally.com. They make great maps. They do, but that website is no longer available. I tried. I even searched Rand McNally maps, and their maps are not on. They don't have no online maps, but they do have paper maps. So I went ahead and used Google's map services to calculate from here to Wildcat Trail to Shanto to Holiday Inn to Stromboli's, back to Holiday Inn, and then to Antelope Canyon, back to Slackers to Horseshoe Bend, and all the way back to Newcomb, and it's slightly under 550 miles. And then the bus drivers will be on duty for about 25 hours. Split that between 2 days. That was about $1,784. Scroll some more. Looks like you're missing the page with the actual trips, the cost of the students' meals. We're using the $18 per student per meal. So we took 18 times 5 meals, multiply that by 20 people, and that came out to about $1,800. So you're missing a sheet from yeah, you're missing a couple of pages in which it costs shows you breakdown costs and stuff like that. And somebody was commenting about having the forms. I honestly agree. I really want to have forms. I think we need a cover letter that has check marks on all the different things that we need, like a checklist. I honestly believe. I think we need that, and I would like to see it in Google Docs instead of PDF. Because if you look at this page right here where it says Organization Mountain Club, in Google Docs, it will allow you to finish out that sentence. And some of the stuff like where it says purpose of the trip, hike Wildcat Canyon, Monument Valley, and Antelope Canyon in page, the page is getting cut off. But if you do that in Word document or Google Docs, you won't have that problem. So yeah, so there should be a checklist. Student travel, and then the other thing is I really would like to see an actual definition of what these trips are. I thought this was just an extended trip because I've asked a couple of people in my building which one this would be. I didn't want to appear in front of the board for this. So I thought that this would be just an extended trip, requiring just 2 signatures from the building and the superintendent. But just today I found out, hey, guess what? You're on the agenda. I was like, what? For what? And they're like, oh, because of your trip. I was like, whoa, is it a unique trip? And I was like, oh, okay. So here I am. I know when I was in the Marine Corps, when I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, we had circles. So Camp Pendleton would be in the middle, and then there was a 24-hour circle. You can't go past these boundaries within 24 hours. 48 hours if you have a weekend off, and the circle got bigger, and it was really easy to determine where your boundaries were. And then for a 3-day, like a 76 or a 94, the rings just kept getting bigger, and it gave you a good idea of where you can go. If we had something like that in place, it would have been nice. It would be awesome because I want to take students. I wanted to take my students to Canyon de Chelly. I was talking to some of the rangers, the National Forest Rangers over there, and they said that we could, even though
Excuse me,
White House came,
Mr. Curley.
Scared me.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be respectful here, and but we can't go on and on about other trips or future trips. We're just talking about this one, and then also the forms. We will put that on the next meeting to do something about it. Let's just stick to what's on the agenda and what you need to present. And are you done with your presentation?
I was done like 5 minutes ago, but I
Right.
didn't hear anything, so
So-
kept rambling.
So, any board comments, questions? Any board members with comments, questions? Okay, so thank you, Mr. Curley. And we'll continue on with item F. Fundraising request, Kirtland Central High Softball, BSN fan cloth and discount cards. April 18th through the 30th, 2023 by Sharisa Nusser.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Teresa Nesser, kind of new to the district. This is my second year at Kirtland Central High School, coaching softball. We are just requesting that we are able to open a BSN fan cloth store. It is an online store that will allow our students and our fans to purchase merchandise such as sweaters. They do have a backpack and different things with our logos on it. And we're also requesting to be able to sell discount cards. The discount cards are mainly for Farmington restaurants. They include different deals, like 10% off that, like for example, Freddy's steak burgers. And that was just our request for the softball team.
Okay. Any questions, board members? Okay, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this is, is there a mascot that's going to be on this fan cloth?
Yes, ma'am. It's the Kirtland Central Bronco mascot.
Okay, so Superintendent Carlson, can we make sure that we're keeping to the standard mascot?
Colors and mascots, we will make sure that we are in line with what the board desires, and we're not going to deviate from that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Then that's all I have, and no other questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Nusser.
Thank you.
We'll go on to item G, fundraising request, Shiprock High School Girls Basketball, Summer League Basketball, May 12th through June 16th, 2023 by Robert McCaskill. That's you, huh?
Good evening. My name is Robert McCaskill. I would like to host a summer league basketball for fundraiser for the Shiprock girls basketball team. This will help us pay for trips that we would like to take during the summer camps, various camps, team camps that we go to, colleges that have a wide array of value that when we get on campus, girls start to learn that they feel comfortable on a college campus. Also, we would like to go to a couple of tournaments that are out of state. This will help us pay for that also. There are a lot of college coaches that view these tournaments and give girls an opportunity to be seen when they won't be seen any other way. Oh, any questions?
Any questions, board members? Comments? We'll go down the row. Vice President Haskey, any questions, comments?
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Secretary Wells?
I'm good, thanks.
Board Member George?
No, just a comment. Just thank you, Mr. McCaskill, for getting these summer programs for our students, and the other Mr. Curley for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. And no Chuska Warriors? Item H, fundraising request, Shiprock High School Boys Basketball Golf Tournament, August 19th, 2023, by Lawrence Henderson. Go ahead, Mr. Henderson.
President Aspis?
Go ahead.
This is Stacy Gallagher. I don't see Larenson's name on the list. Is he there at the boardroom?
No.
Okay, so is it okay with the board if I just go ahead and present this for him?
And you had no intention to do that before?
Well, I came in case anything happened with either one of them. That's why I came into the board meeting tonight, was because I knew these two gentlemen were presenting.
Well, I really don't want to start that precedence.
Okay, that's fine.
If it was arranged prior, then that'd be fine. But we'll leave it open, and perhaps you can contact him.
I will try.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll go on to item I, request for approval of gift donation from Four Corners Power Plant to KCHS Junior or JROTC Bronco statue by Pedro Laribas.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Mr. Superintendent. I'm actually representing the class of 2023 for this request for acceptance of donation. The class of 2023 student body president is one of my JRTC students, and she came up to me and asked if I could help support them as an educator in their quest to provide a gift to Kirtland Central High School from the class of 2023. We do have a plan B if this is not approved or does not work out, but the request is for, we saw that Shiprock High School had a statue. I found out through this that the middle school has a Bronco statue they're going to place in the front of the school at their new community park. And I thought it would be a great idea if we could provide a statue for Kirtland Central High School to be able to utilize to build that school spirit and cultivate that school culture that we have. And, you know, we have a great school, a lot of great students, and I think when people, our placement of the statue would be in the commons, so that when people come in for games, parents come in to the office or anything is happening in our school, the community sees the type of school spirit that we have. So I took this on, not as a JRTC instructor, but just as one of the educators at the school to help the class of 2023. And I did some initial inquiry with the Four Corners Power Plant to see if they would be able to help support this in any manner. And they're looking into if they could support the full amount or at least the majority of it. So if we had to put any funding into it or provide any additional support, it'd be minimal. The price quote I have there is from a company called fiberstop.com. They're able to take the statue, it would be a fiberglass statue, and paint it our school colors. I did have a discussion with Candace Thompson about the school colors and the ability to either place it permanently in a location or leave it as a mobile statue so we could utilize it for maybe place it out during graduation as they walk off the stage, use it during our homecoming parade, So I was kind of leaning towards keeping it a mobile statue, but in the event that we did want to make it a permanent fixture, then Ms. Thompson has been briefed on the dimensions, the weight, and the possible location of where we would want to place it. But it's all dependent on approval for us to proceed and go ahead with this. But that's basically how it started and how we got to this evening's request for approval. And granted, we get your approval for this, then I'll continue to proceed with working with the Four Corners Power Plant to try and make this actually come to fruition. And hopefully we could have a statue as a gift donation from the class of 2023 with the sponsorship of the Four Corners Power Plant. Any questions at this time?
Any questions, board members? I have a question. So
Yes.
you were saying from the information provided, it's going to be 8 feet tall and it's fiberglass?
Yes, it is. And it has a weight of 150 pounds.
You don't have to put a real saddle on it to weigh it down, would you?
That's why I noticed the middle school got one, and it's going to be outside, and it's actually metallic. This one is actually cheaper in cost because it's not bronze or metallic, but it would have to remain indoors, most of the time. If we used it for an outdoor activity, it would just be temporarily moved out, but we'd have to move it right back inside, just to preserve it and try and elongate how long we can keep the statue in good condition.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of it, making it mobile for graduation, but our graduations have high winds sometime, and that's why I was saying, I didn't think it weighed, I thought it was heavy, but anyhow, I think it'd be great. And I thought it was going to be heavy, and I thought we're going to have extra costs in moving it, but it doesn't look that way.
No, it said the weight of it is 150 pounds, so it's very movable by 2 or 3 people. It's kind of bulky with the dimensions, but it's something that we could maneuver and move around. And we'll probably work to have at least a temporary base made for it, something that we can affix it to, just so, we do add maybe a little bit more weight if we do use it for an outside activity, that we're safe with it because we don't want it to be damaged.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, board members?
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
I think it would be a good addition for the esprit de corps of the school and the students there, and the fact that it is lightweight and mobile. I think if we, as the gentleman said, if we provided some kind of a platform that it could be affixed to, I think it would be a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, so along with that will be a fiberglass chieftain, a fiberglass phoenix, and a fiberglass skyhawk. 8 feet tall.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I got the idea, because I know Shiprock has a statue and the middle school is getting one. So I wanted to work, I'm not sure how those were funded, but I figured if we're going for a class of 2023 donation, then, I'm working with the student body president to try and make this happen for their class, but as well for Kirtland Central High School, because it's going to be a part of the school culture now if we are able to get this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I like it too. I like the idea, and especially with to move it during graduation. I think that would be great. And then other school events. Thank you.
Yes, I hope it works out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Miss Gallagher, any luck? Yeah, I don't see her. So we'll go on to item J. Hold on. Okay. No, well, you expressed that earlier, so I didn't. Okay, okay, we'll go on. Item J, SPED, Student Growth Progress by Amanda Sutherland.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Mr. Carlson. This is a collaborative effort, and so Leandro actually helped put the data together. So I'll swing it over to him for him to go over the data, and then I'll stand for questions.
So good evening again, Board President Aspas, board members, and Superintendent Carlson. So we basically collected all the assessment results for our students, but we did filter and have some kind of like process to get the subgroups of our special ed students. So you can see that in the first slide, the first slide is all about the IMSSA. IMSSA stands for the Interim Measures of Student Success and Achievement. We give our IMSSA to our grades 3 to 8th graders. So this is a state assessment that we give out for the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and currently we're anticipating to give it out to the students by end of the year, which is the May. You can see in the blue part, 3rd grade, there's 2% and 9% from the 3rd grade level. So it means that 2% from our students in 3rd grade are on target. And then we do have an increase from 2 to 9% in our population of students in 3rd grade that increase in reading. They are on target. 4th grade, we have 4% to 6%. And on 5th grade, it's either there's nobody in that subgroup are on target, or we didn't have a student that tested on 5th grade who are special ed students. 6th grade, we have 4% at the beginning of the year and 2%. There's a kind of like a little bit decrease of that subgroup, and it might constitute to like the number of students in that particular grade level as well. So you can see the 7th grade is 4% at the beginning, and then 8th grade is also 5% at the beginning and 2% for the middle of the year. Next slide, please, Sharon. We also have the language usage part of the assessment. So we do have the 3rd grade, 2%. There's a plateau that happened in the 3rd grade level. And again, these are data points that we have collected among our subgroup of students. And take note that it's on our percentage, all the measurements or the percent is what we're showing here. So 5th grade is 2% at the beginning, 4% in the middle of the year. Again, 6th grade, there's kind of like a decrease there, 4%, and then 2% for middle of the year. And then 7th grade, beginning 2%, and then 0% at the middle of the year. Go ahead, Miss Sharon. For math, here we have 3rd grade, 6% are on target at the middle of the year. So we are celebrating that for our 3rd graders from 0% that's not on target. We have that increased for that grade level. The same as the 4th grade, we have 4% of those kids get into on target for math. For 5th grade, we have 2% at the beginning and kind of like plateaued there again for the middle of the year. 6th grade, we have 4%, then 7% at the middle of the year, 4% for 7th grade at the beginning, and 0% for the middle. And lastly, our 8th graders for this is I think the highest increase that we have so far for math in our subgroup for our subgroup of special education students. So we have 9% growth in IMSSA for math. Okay, so since we are just currently testing our summative assessment for science readiness, so I just bring last year's result for the science test for our subgroup of students who are in the special education program. So you can see the blue bar represents the novice level. The red is in nearing proficient. The yellow is proficient, and green is advanced. So you can see since last year is what we said, and I will quote Mr. Carson from the previous presentations, that last year we kind of like let our students, most of our students tested in the state and federal required assessment. So we have a benchmark for comparison purposes from last school year up to this school year or this current school year. But we haven't gotten our result for this current school year, so we are excited to see the result for this current school year. Next slide, please. And so this slide is our little ones, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. We did show that this is for April iStation result. This is like the monthly result that we have, and we got the most recent one for our younger students. So you can see the blue represents the kindergarten groups, the red are the 1st graders, and the yellow are the 2nd graders. You can see the level of where our students were grouped into. So our kindergarten, most of them are, so there's actually 2 students, and I have to be careful of the numbers here, but you can see that there are students who are in level 1, all the way to level 5. And you can see also that the second grade, there's a student at second grade who is in level 5, which is, our highest level in terms of that assessment for that particular month. Go ahead, Miss Sharon. I do want to share the SAT school day that our students get from last school year. This is again 21-22, since we have not got, our students just tested last year for SAT for for the high school or the juniors. So you can see by high school, and this is the scores for our special ed students in those particular schools. So career prep has an average math score 386. Their average reading score is 19. Their average language and writing score is also 19. Kirtland Central High School average math score is 412. Average reading score is 21, and average language and writing score is 21 as well. For Newcomb High School, 384 for average math score. Average reading score is 20, and then 19 for average language and writing score. And then lastly, for Shiprock High School, we have 398 for their math score, 21 for average reading score, and 20 for average language writing score. So again, this is since we have a very small population of special education, so we're trying to redact and not to show the numbers based on, for the purpose of, covering their confidentiality. And then, the last slide pertains to what is currently happening. As I mentioned earlier, SAT School Day. So there are 28 students that had accommodations and supports, and there are 404 in relation with the whole population of our juniors. The New Mexico measures of student success and achievement, and ASR is given to grades 3 to 8 and 11. 350 students have accommodations that are in place for that particular assessment. And in our department, the data and the assessment department is tasked to make sure that all those accommodations and our students are properly placed on those accommodations before they start their testing. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Sutherland for any additional information in regards with, so this is kind of like, again, a data points. Our department really not into the classroom, what's going on and what's happening into the classroom, but we could certainly make this a benchmark and a data points for any future interventions or support for our students.
Any questions, board members?
Question.
Go ahead.
So again, Superintendent, why wasn't the Director of Student Support Services not able to read that information?
I believe that she, since it was data, that she had Mr. Venturina do that for her. Okay. She's here though, or not here, but she's able to answer any of the questions you might have, ready and willing.
Yes, I do. So in regards to that progress, and again, I'm assuming it's an aggregate of all 335 or 404, correct? What we just looked at?
I believe that's correct. You want Ms. Sutherland to answer
Yes.
that? Okay, I'll wait for
Yes.
her. Sorry about that.
Okay, so
that are tested.
So, what kind of supports do you offer out of your department to the schools, specifically in regards to training, professional development, kind of in that lines? What exactly do you offer?
Sure. So, I don't know if you remember in my last presentation, we talked about Eclipse, which is excellence from coaching and literacy for intensive preparation and special education. That's a PED program. It's free to the district. And what they have done is look at our state scores and pick schools that weren't performing or showing progress in reading and writing in the special ed students. And so they've been working with us for a couple of years. And what they do is come in and work with regular ed, general ed. What happened was in their observations that only 9 out of 10 classrooms were in their audit were using specially designed instruction. So we collaborated, and that's where Joel, he presented last month on specially designed instruction and what they're doing in the class. So, and what was noticed is that the classrooms were more, kind of homework help or not real active teaching going on. So that's where we've been focusing along with them. Then we have the IEP project, who is also through PED a free program where they come and they audit IEPs. They look at the goals, the present level of performance, and then work with our staff and the teachers in building, more accurate present level of performance, which should drive the goal, which should drive progress. So that's where we're at now. And then the specially designed instruction's been a big focus, and we really appreciate Mr. Deswood, because when he came on board, he really understood what we were trying to do. So he set up a meeting in the fall with principals and us, and we were able to explain really what it should look like and the support that's needed at the building level. Because at the building level is where the day-to-day teaching is taking place, and we needed to collaborate and join forces to make sure that our SPED kids aren't just getting, our students with disabilities aren't just receiving a worksheet or homework help, that we're actually providing instruction.
Okay, so how do you actually monitor that support, growth, and development?
We have sign-in, if I'm understanding the question, we have sign-in sheets, we have agendas, there's follow-up to all the teachers on what's happened. There's exit tickets. We document everything, and sometimes they're recorded. Joel Ballastreet, he presented last month, and he does a survey at the end, and then he puts a really cool, a pamphlet type of thing together, and then shares it out with everybody, and then I forward it on to Mr. Carlson and Mr. Deathwood, but the principals get a copy as well, and from Joel, and it's definitely a group effort, and it's hard with the turnover with the teachers, because the new teachers come in and then they're catching up, where we have teachers that have come together with this. I do want to say that, Dr. Benedict really bought into this, and her school has now really been interested in trying this year to do the inclusion model, which is good for the students, and really making sure that we're, again, getting away from that, just sending a worksheet out, or, we really want kids, even our high need students need to be doing more academic, getting prepared to be able to survive in the real world,
So you made mention about the principals basically understanding those processes and are in tune to those processes, correct?
Correct. And like I said, Mr. Deswood, he's over the principals, and even, we have good, solid people in curriculum instruction with the coordinators there and working with our coordinators. And so everybody really is bought into the philosophy of the specially designed instruction. And there's probably might be a gap, but we really try to make sure that those accommodations are getting pushed out to general ed too, because the kids that participate in general ed, they need to have their accommodations provided, and I've seen an improvement in that in the schools, and just little things that pop up really are big things, because then in our department, when we're talking about it, we're like, oh, that's working then. That's making a difference. And so we, I think we're all working together because we're a support, CNI is a support, and then we're actually being able to not just be, special ed, where everybody's understanding what's needed and looking at all of the kids. And that's what we've been trying to push, is that, they're not just special ed kids. They don't just go to a place. they're general ed kids always. And then they just need more support as they go through their day.
Board President, may I add to this discussion?
Yes, Mr. Deswood, go ahead.
Thank you, Board President and board members, Mr. Carlson, and members. So part of it is, like Ms. Sutherland said, all of our students are level 1, MLSS level 1 students first. So trying to provide level 1 instruction to all students first, and then going through those tiers. Like she said, we found, having new principals in buildings, one of the things that we found is that, we need support with SAT. We need support with 504. So in our admin PLCs, we've been going through and looking at processes and procedures, making sure our principals know where they're supposed to be. And I know CNI does support with 504 and also SAT support. So making sure that those departments are aligned. And then like Ms. Sutherland said, one of the other things is that as the building principal, they really need to leverage their site specialist, which is the lead special education teacher in the building, having them lean on them to get support to make sure that they're following all the processes and procedures. For example, beginning of the year, one of the things I did when I met with a lot of the teachers was that, asking them, did you get your accommodation pages? Right, because at the beginning of the year, teachers are supposed to sign off on those accommodations, whatever they may be. So they're like, okay, well, I don't remember getting those. So then that's why we had to go back and say, let's go back to basics. Let's make sure our teachers are getting those accommodations so they know how to accommodate or differentiate to meet the specific needs of our students. So just making sure that our processes and procedures were followed based on the 504s, those IEPs, and whatever the specific wording was for each of those students. But I mean, you can see some of those numbers on there. There is growth, growth as a whole, and then like Mr. Venturina said, we'll see more specifically with our end of year NMMSA data. So, but our indicators are looking positive, but just making sure we provide those support, that differentiated instruction, scaffolding, and any of those level 2 or MLSS 2 and 3 support. Thank you.
So, in that same regards, how do you actually ensure? I know you just explained, but how do you ensure that those things are actually being followed? I know you have people supporting from the admin, again yourself overseeing that, the communications with the principals, but what is absolutely concrete and prescriptive to ensure that success?
So just speaking, one of them is principals attending IEPs, right? Looking at that prior written notice, making sure those specific goals for each of those kids. And again, these are individualized goals for each of the students. A lot of times it might not even be testing goals like this, depending on the level of support that the student, or depending on the level the student is identified based on the IEP. So then goals are written. Maybe they just have to, beginning of the year, they might not know how to write their name. So then their growth goal would be based on where their specific need is. So we would have to look at each of the individual IEPs to see if they grew, because when we look at these goals like this is for all of our students, but we did see some highlighted spots where we did have growth, but like literally, like for example, I don't know any students' names, so I'll just speak in general terms. If we have students that who are on a life skills pathway, they might just need help like learning to do everyday chores. So those goals and those growth goals are specifically measured in each of the students' IEPs. So we, like the IEP team would have to go in there and look at where the student was at the beginning of the year and then at the end of the year. And that's one of the things that the principal's role is to make sure that the accommodations for each of those IEPs are carried out by the teachers. Again, like I said, one of them is just making sure that that site specialist is handing out those specific accommodations for each of those students, whatever. I remember even as a teacher, I would get them at the beginning of the year. I'd make sure I'd look at them. And this is part of the mentoring program, is making sure that our new teachers, we have a lot of turnover in our teachers as well, but making sure, hey, take a look at your IEP. Here's what it says. Here are the accommodations. I know a lot of times teachers are confused whenever they're asked for how to differentiate instructions. Well, if you look at a student's IEP, the differentiation that you do for each of your students is all you have to do is look at your IEP, and those accommodations are stated in that IEP. For example, one of them might just be preferential seating up at the front, or if they're auditory, maybe there's a microphone. We got to sit over here by the student, but just making sure that those are taken care of by the teachers. And if there's a specific, maybe, I remember there was a time whenever a student who was auditory impaired, we had to have a speaker installed. That's where the principal, being in the IEP, said, okay, with that, we need to make sure that, in our budget planning, we need to make sure we put speakers in our classrooms so our students can hear. Or the other thing was they had these little, just for the time being, they had these little microphones and little speakers on a hip. So that was an example of accommodation for that specific student. But to answer your question more specifically, it definitely, we'd have to go in and look at each of the individual IEPs to look at the specific growth for each of our students who have an IEP. Thank you.
Could Dr. or almost messed up there, Ms. Sutherland, could she have answered the same way that you just did?
Yes, I'm just so excited because this is an example of Mr. Deswood, and his background knowledge is what is really taking us to the next level. So we've been in our department doing this and working, not to say anything that there hasn't been collaboration, but he has really focused on bringing this together. We have academic meetings. This is what we're talking about, is that, and back to your original question, these are just data points that Leandro put together because of all the FERPA and necessary. So he put the data points together because in reality, for us, progress is shown with the goal and the progress towards that goal, which is monitored, and then progress towards goal is written by the teachers, the SLP, related service providers within their IEP, which we couldn't do in public forum. So we have really, I think, turned a good corner, and we, like I said, you can just tell now in different conversations the shift in the way the paradigm of people thinking in the schools. We're collaborating with CNI, which is good because sometimes when they're in meetings looking at data, it's a subgroup. Special ed, those are subgroups that need to be looked at while they're looking at it. And so we all are able to, good teaching, they say, what's the most special thing about special ed? And it's the teachers, because good teaching is for everybody. And so making sure the accommodations, we're to make sure that the kids have their assistive technology. Sometimes the growth isn't going to show up on the data points, but it's going to show up in their individual goals because the law, we're just now, we're learning so much more and how the accountability is just so much more important than ever because of the changes happening with federal law and things that we just have to really just hone in on the collaboration and working together and making sure that our kids are getting more than a worksheet, that our kids are getting exposed to their needs to learn and to move forward.
Okay, so who do I direct my questions to? Mr. Deswood or to you?
Both. I don't.
I'm gonna move
know.
on. So, again, I understand the privacy aspect of it, and I wasn't looking for individual names or individual growth. But in respects to that, let's just say you have somebody has dual classification, SPED, and then also ELL. How do you attend to that, Ms. Sutherland?
So we collaborate with the teachers. We have a system set up in place with ICO where they've asked us to invite them to all the meetings, to put them on the calendar, and then the teachers in the building attend, and then we collaborate through that avenue, and then we're cross-training. We invite them to trainings, they invite us to trainings, and so we're staying on top of that. Because that is, I mean, we have 98%, 97% Native American. So it's something that we've are aware of and been working on.
Okay, so what kind of programs do you actually offer for IEP support to help actually set up those goals, those IEP goals?
So we have site specialists that meet weekly. They meet with Joel Ballasweet and get personal training. We make appointments. Our department helps them write departments. We have our write goals. We have 2 coaches that are able to support in technical support with the IPs, FBAs. We're just always providing training with, and again, we've learned years ago to do an agenda, do a sign-in sheet. Lately, we've been adding the survey at the end, just to, customer service, make sure that we're available. We've been helping the EAs, which has been a positive thing. We had, so we presented to the board last month, and then they had one that Friday, and we even had a higher number attend. I think it was almost 40. So we've opened that up to not just special ed EAs, like if the other EAs want to attend.
So if I'm not mistaken, you're at a current conference, correct?
I am. Mm-hmm.
Did you take any EAs with you?
No, this one is, this is a national conference, and it's designed for higher level, like district level principals, attorneys. A lot of that are for this one. Yeah, it's like high level information that wouldn't be appropriate for an EA or a teacher at this point. But we do have one. It's through Central, or sorry.
Excuse me, Ms. Sutherland.
Sure.
This is Board President Aspis, but be careful in the questioning. I believe if we go through our superintendent and matters like that. Thank you.
Okay, superintendent, since I know who to direct the question to. Do you have a contingency plan for the upcoming school year, considering that we're going to be losing quite a few SPED teachers at the end of the year?
We've been, working with HR. We've been talking about, I think Mr. Yazzie talked about the bonuses for special ed retention. We're reaching out, the J1s. We have, we've learned a lot through this past year of like training up the subs that are in the class, making sure that they get mentoring and things like that, because they it's hard for them to come in and have to take over a resource class and sometimes not having a background, and then a sub for a sub for a sub sometimes. So we just we only have 2 coaches, and then our coordinators are picking up all that, as well as attending meetings and making sure that we're in compliance, and they're attending IEP meetings. So we're planning on a lot of different things, but training is number one. And that's what we actually learned today was in all the sessions, it's coming down now that schools are winning cases because they provided the appropriate training.
Superintendent.
Yes, sir.
So do the school counselors have a role in this process?
Which part of the process?
So we've been talking about the SPED and the IEPs and those things as far as attending to those students.
It depends on what the counselor's duties are in some schools, but in general, not a huge role, no.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the ISOLs? Do they give any kind of support in respects to the students?
The ISOL should be giving support to all students. It's not specifically directed at a subgroup of students, but they should be included in that support as well.
They can, or they are?
They are. They need to be with all students.
All right.
Can you explain ISOL?
So they're instructional, social, emotional learning support, and these are the positions that were created in direct response to the social emotional issues that students faced emerging from the pandemic. Those positions were designed to be in place originally for 2 years. And at that point in time, they would no longer be in existence. But that's kind of not part of this discussion.
So I got a question about the funding aspect, Superintendent.
Sir.
Is that through ESSERS?
It is currently, yes.
So once that funding goes away, the position goes away?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
In terms of all these tier systems and everything, all the processes put in place in the school, what is the family engagement, the parent engagement in regards to working with their students?
So we have, the IEP meeting, we work with the parents, there's parent outreach programs. We have, through the Eclipse, family nights, and they even provide materials to work with them at home. There's training on different disabilities and what could be done at home. Our SLP, our related service providers, our speech language therapists, our occupational therapists, PT therapists, always make sure that working together and giving training, there's opportunity for parent engagement. Oh, and we Special Olympics is taken off, and we're really proud of that. Kim Nakai, our coach, at the beginning of the year, that's been a vision I've had, but We just haven't had the manpower, or it gets kind of put in place. So this year I was like, I really want to make sure that this is a priority and that the parents involved in it and the community. And so she really made that happen. And that Shiprock High had one, and they had their first basketball game, and then they had a parent night. It was just great. And so I believe Channel 7 News came and interviewed Mr. Bushy at his kickball. And so, you know, that's how, yeah. And all, like, again, you know, we have individual opportunities for parent night, but then of course we want all the students to be engaging in the parent nights that the school has, and make sure they're included in that as well. And field trips and things like that.
Okay, and in terms of the parent trainings, how many hours are they provided in terms of a semester for working with their students, helping their students?
It would be based on their IEPs, but there's not a, if I understand the question, there's not a specific hour amount that we're required, or, you know, we usually get information from parents that want, you know, want specific training or more phone calls. We have sent parents to different conferences. We budget for that. And so there's one in Albuquerque. My mind went blank, but we have accommodated that. And we used to have a group come in, but since COVID, they haven't started up. So we're hoping in the next year that we'll be able to get them to come in.
I guess my concern is parents being able to advocate for themselves in terms of having a student that needs more resources and more vulnerable. So I don't think I appreciate the information, but in terms of what we could be doing or should be doing, I think we should be providing more information for our families, especially when we're talking about as much, what was it, the highest potential in terms of our SPED students, or even with the gifted program, reaching their fullest potential. So that's the reason why I'm gearing my questions in the way I am, because I think that in order for us, or in order for our students to be successful, our families need to understand the best way that they can help their students, not just the bare minimum, not just, you know, cookie cutter. I think we have a responsibility to our students and to our families to make sure that all our students receive the best possible education so they can reach their highest potential. And I completely agree with, or in terms of what Board Member Montoya stated earlier, I think the training is a huge aspect, not just for the higher echelon, but for all the people that work with our students. Thank you.
Yes, and I just wanted to mention that, so part of the process of an IEP meeting too, we have to hand out, you know, we have to offer parent rights. And part of that procedure is listing the advocacies, the parent outreach people. We do work well with Native American disabilities, and they're an advocate group, and we collaborate with them. And if, you know, we offer that support to the parents in that manner. Also, oh, my mind went blank. There was something else that I was going to mention that you reminded me of. Oh, we do offer free, so the cooperative, we call it CES, but it's Central Educational Cooperative Services, and they offer free technical assistance programs. And so we do offer that to teachers, and some of them are virtual. Some of them, if they travel, we pick up the cost through our funding for them to travel for that PD. And they do some really good training that way as well. But yeah, we definitely know that we can get better training for our parents.
Any other comments, questions, board members? Are you done, Vice President Haskey?
I am. I can't think of any additional questions right now. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? So I have a comment for our superintendent, Carlson. Hearing this discussion, and I share some of the questioning as board member Montoya, and as we are presented to in these subjects, and can understand how SPED is so important. It's so important, and for that reason, and I think I can say that, I want to make sure that we have people in there that are doing, and then also realize that as well, that it is important, not just talk, not just reports back here, but that it's important. And then also what was mentioned about training, about not just for the upper echelon of the, administrators, or because even in my own work setting, we money is becoming scarce, and so and that's with everything. I mean, not just with school districts, but even the setting I come from. And so training is, when we do receive training, it's so appreciated. And and I feel that same way with EAs, or then needs to be shared, and certainly we can't say, but I just suggest that that when those things come forward and are presented, are become available, then that we really look at, and get all our people up to speed, because this SPED is important. Thank you.
And you'll see in our budget next year that we will be, when we present the IDA, that we will have put in there for PD for after school or on Saturdays, so we can do more, pay people to come in and bring in more people when it's so hard and we've listened to the surveys that they do want more training and stuff. So to meet the needs and looking at the calendar for PD days, that's what we've decided to do, is take that funding and kind of switch it over to a Saturday or, after school, and then we can pay people to attend those trainings. So.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
listening to this discussion and what sometimes appears to be a grilling, and I am really impressed, especially with the discussion about assisting parents, because I'm aware of the stress that SPED students, parents of SPED students suffer because of not having the training, not having the accommodations, not having the experience, not having to provide help for their children. And I am really impressed that we have gone beyond and are assisting the parents, offering them training and helps so that they can feel that they're not totally at a loss, but can help their children. It's a tremendous burden to have a special needs student, and quite a drain on parents, and the fact that the district is providing help for them to help their children, I think is very commendable. And I want to congratulate you on doing that and finding ways to support and to help the parents. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I also, we've also implemented the work skills facilitators at the school level, and that helps the students, little jobs around, they can job shadow around the school with the students, finding some type of skill. And so we're really just trying to just keep continuing and building upon and making sure that these students, it's my passion. It's been since I was an EA. And so I know the importance. My daughter was twice exceptional, so I understand that part of the world too. And she's in college now, and it's a struggle, but her spirit is high, and she's gonna do well. And she doesn't want to quit school, so that's good. But I think that I was misunderstood when I was excited about working with Mr. Deswood, because what special ed needs is that collaboration and that support from curriculum instruction. We can't do it alone. And if we don't have that support and somebody to support all students, then we're just in those silos. So that's what I meant by I was excited that Mr. Deswood was on board, and we have Mr. Carlson that understand that that curriculum part and what all kids need, and we have ICO and we're working with them. I mean, it's just been a good feeling. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for doing it. Thank you for taking the responsibility. Thank you for the obvious interest that you take. I would say beyond interest, but you demonstrate a love of what you're doing that comes through your explanations and your responses. I really admire that, and congratulations to you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe I've asked many times already for comments, so from the board, and we'll continue on to item K. Secretary Wells, were you done? I'm sorry.
No, you're all right.
Okay.
Madam President, I was done. I bloviated sufficient.
Okay, we'll go on to item K, update on Title IV, allocated and distribution by Bellamy D. Herrera Presley.
Good evening, Ahehe. Good evening, School Board President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, Secretary Wells, school board members, Georgian Montoya, and CCSD community that are watching this evening. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent Carlson, for allowing this opportunity. I've introduced myself in prior presentations, but I would like to introduce myself traditionally again this evening for those that don't know me. Yat'e she'e Bellamy di Herrera Presley Yinishe, Nakai Dene Nishli, Nashgala Dene do Kachlachin Bashichin, Nakai Dene Dashache, Nakai Dene Dashanala. So as I mentioned, thank you for having me this evening. I am the coordinator of federal programs in curriculum and instruction, and was asked to present Title IV updates for school year 22-23 with allocations and distributions. So just a little bit of background, because I know there's a lot happening in our school districts. Title IV is also known as SSAE, or the Student Support for Academic Enrichment Act. It's a federal act that is provided to public education schools. It has 3 primary focus area categories. And so these are the categories assigned. This grant is a formula-based grant to support well-rounded education, student health and safety, and effective use of technology under the ESEA, or also known as the Title I Federal Act. This year, we were allocated $224,381 for school year 22-23. Within that grant, as all of our grants, there's specific guidance to how we allocate and distribute our funds. There are minimums that go along with that. So with the category of well-rounded education, there are also subcategories that are allowable under that category, with a minimum of 20% of the funds to be allocated in that bucket, as they call it. Safe and healthy schools as well. There are subcategories that fall underneath safe and healthy schools, 20% as well. And effective use of technology is primarily a professional development bucket, as they call it, with a minimum of $1. And I'll explain how that allocation works. Next slide, Ms. Ray. So within category 1, the subcategory description is to provide all students with access to a well-rounded education. This would be the supports that are not listed in the Common Core. So all of the instructional practices that would be not the ELA, the math, the science, the social studies, and all of the enrichment components. So this year, we supported all of what you see with the dots in the Title IV grant. So we supported arts with professional development, supplies, and materials. We also collaborate with ICO with their funding to ensure that we're maximizing and leveraging both sets of funding sources for art. Same with music, professional development, supplies, and materials, with that collaboration with our ICO team, their Johnson O'Malley funds, et cetera, with teachers that are asking for additional support. We support PE with PD, supplies and materials. We collaborate with our school health wellness team under SSO, and when they share the needs, as well as schools share needs, we support that. So these 3 topics, along with the rest, were identified in the grant. Gifted and talented, we support professional development, supplies and materials. We collaborate with the DART team, with schools, and with the teachers that are requesting additional support in their classroom instruction. We also supported this year agriculture. We had a lot of students that were showcasing their talents at regional competitions, as well as district, state, and national. We supported student travel, professional development, supplies, and materials. Our middle and high school shop classes, we collaborate with Bond Wilson Training Center, Technical Center, as well as the high schools, middle schools, to share what needs they have, student interest needs, to support instructional enrichment. We supported BiPAC and PAC with technology that would enhance students that are showcasing their talents in performing arts, as well as in the performing center when they are showcasing their work, displaying their work. We supported student travel to showcasing competitions, as mentioned. And on top of those listed, also our future business leaders, some of our programs that were heading out, the robotics team. We write it in a more open area, because many times we don't know the needs until they come to us. So the grants require us to be able to identify an activity for it to be supported, and then to be able to be allowable. We supported the swivel technology for teacher instruction. They're mini robots that a teacher can use whenever they want to observe themselves. They wear a marker, and then the iPad follows them around the room. It captures their voice, and then they're able to go back and observe how their instructional practices went. We funded Bond Wilson Training Center Culinary with materials and supplies, and also their business presentational leadership, which also moved into technology. I like to call it a Shark Tank, if you've ever seen the movie Shark, or the TV show Shark Tank, where folks are showcasing their creations, their marketing, their products. They're wanting to go through a business situation where they're interviewing for jobs. And so Bond Wilson had requested support for developing their business presentation and leadership development classroom. That subcategory of well-rounded education received $210,988. And you might be looking at that amount and thinking, wow, that was almost 2/3 of the original allocation. We put in more funds based on the carry forward funds from the previous years. So not only limited to what we had in the grant year, school year 22-23, but also carry forward funds from 19-20 and 2021, 21-22, when we were in COVID and we weren't able to maximize our funds. Next slide, please. So the next category 2, the safe and healthy schools, that subcategory description is to improve school conditions for student learning. That comes straight out of the federal guidance. Excuse me. The activities we supported primarily were a tie into our wellness policy. And also, I know Ms. Chappelle's been on the line. Back in 2018, there was a collaborative of many departments to discuss wellness and mental health wellness, knowing that our power plants were closing and what our students were going home to, our families were facing, resiliency, as well as trauma-informed classrooms. At that time, we didn't have any programs for our middle schools and our high schools. And so in February of 20, I presented to the board a 5-year plan of how to support that. Then, of course, we went into COVID and we had more trauma that was put onto our families. And so once we were able to see some sort of normalcy coming out in 21-22, and then more so this year, 22-23, we were able to leverage our original plan moving forward to establish our Capturing Kids' Hearts instructional practices, 7 mindsets in the middle and high schools, restorative practices at the high school level with professional development renewal certifications. Our Dream Makers is now coming through, and we're excited that that will launch out here in June 8th, 9th, and 10th. You'll hear more about that in the upcoming information from our superintendent. And all of our schools received professional development supplies and materials of what they felt for their demographics of their students. We also supported teacher mentorship in health and wellness, our Critical Friends professional development, our teacher mentorship, our support systems for families, and all of that came through. tied to MLSS 1.9. So I know you've all heard about what the multi-layer systems of supports, and even prior to me, Ms. Sutherland shared, Mr. Dustwood shared how we all collaborate with multi-layer systems of supports. So at the bottom, this year we put into Safe and Healthy Schools $293,063.70, which was above and beyond the 20% moving forward with our carry forward funds. Next slide, please, Ms. Ray. And then our final slide, effective use of technology. The subcategory from the Federal Registry is to improve the use of technology in order to improve the academic achievement and digital literacy for our students. In this grant, we put $1. Why did we put $1? Because we had ESSERS coming through. And so in the emergency setting, which is what ESSERS stands for, we needed to look at what was the frontline emergency needs. And we do not want to supplant when we start with our...
No.
I heard you talking.
When we start with funds in one grant, it's very difficult to move to another grant. That's supplanting. And so we want to make sure that we put the funds in the most strategic and the most allowable. Many of our grants have allowable practices, but we want to look at what's the best. So there's the best, better, and good, and we want to shoot for the best. So the activities that we supported through the use of technology was professional development. We leveraged in our ESSERS, our Title II, and through our well-rounded child in Category 1. So we can move what we need in the use of technology also into well-rounded child if it impacts instructional practices. So we look to see the objective of what the request is and to see where it would best fit. We supported devices in this component, this category. Title IV requires us to be limited to only 15% of the total grant. So we found it better to leverage our ESSERS funds, Carissa funds, CARES funds over the past few years. And then now we're moving into our ARP funds, ESSERS 3. The other technology would be seen as I shared, supplanting, as they were purchased originally in operations or in other grants. So we have to be careful how we choose what we're going to support under Title IV. Also, supplies and materials were leveraged in our well-rounded child category. So in short, with this category, if we found that teachers needed support in data assessment, they needed support in how to use technology, that was instructional based, and so we were able to move that under the well-rounded category rather than the effective use of technology category. So it's kind of sometimes a coconut shell where you're moving money around to be able to preserve and protect the next year that's coming in and be able to align all of our funds, leveraging them the best way that we can. Would you change the slide, please? Thank you very much. And so with that, that's a nutshell of how we allocated our funds for Title IV. The grant is just opening up now, so we're in the process of our needs assessment as well as pulling our teams together to write Title IV moving forward. There are new needs that have been brought up throughout this last 6 months to 9 months, and so we will be aligning our funds in a different way than we did in this past year. And that's how grants work. So grants are all based on needs assessments. We collaborate amongst our 3 departments, SSO, ICO, and our CNI department, as well as our HR and our business services. When we send needs assessments out, we come together in our academic planning team, which has all of our team players from those departments that are able to share and collaborate those needs for our grants. And then, of course, enlisting our family information. Other grants that we have, you're probably familiar, and next month you will become familiar again with our FAE grant, the Fine Arts Elementary Education Act. The FAE grant leverages Title IV. They come from the same bureau, and so the recommendation is that what is not able to be supported in FAE comes from Title IV. So that is where you see the music and the arts coming through big into this Title IV grant. So that's a nutshell update of our Title IV, and I'm open to questions.
Board members, any comments or questions?
Questions?
Go ahead.
Superintendent?
Sir.
Just as a point of clarity, does this all fall under what was initially labeled, I think they had called it under Title IV, the 21st Century Schools?
I believe that is not correct.
That is?
That is not incorrect. I believe it is incorrect.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because when you look at the different titles, then there's that one that was listed as 21st Century Schools, and then again, obviously, the one that was just stated under Title IV as well, the SSAE. So that's why I was asking. But so also in regards to that, obviously we can see the 20%, and the $1. And I mean, but how is that really, that disbursement determined? And then who determines that allocation? And how it's split up amongst all the other points?
The allocation is determined through the grant itself. And so then the distribution of that grant is decided on. In our districts, it's a committee. For each department got together and talked about this. And that's why, for instance, you see the technology has that $1. And at first glance, I think most people would assume, well, they're kind of getting, I'm careful how I say it, but getting the shaft in this case, and they're not, obviously technology, doesn't seem like technology is being taken seriously or it's not that important, but that's not the case. Through the guidelines of the grant, that you have to have at least $1 toward technology, and then you can have these other categories. So our team decided, and it's very unusual that we're getting this kind of chunk from ESSERS that we were able to spend on technology. So as Ms. De Herrera stated, the decision was made, let's utilize this huge funding we get for technology, and that way we don't need to put a small piece of this. Title IV, I mean, for people listening in, they see numbers that are in the hundreds of thousands, and they think that's, it seems like a lot of money. It's not a small amount of money to any of us in this room, but with a district this size and this many students, 5,000 students, if you do some math, that's not a lot of money per student, so a lot of dollars per student. And so we do utilize it in ways that make the most sense to our district.
Okay. And then she said she's the coordinator of the federal programs, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much input does she actually have in directing the allocations of that funding as a director?
She's actually not a director, but
I'm sorry, the coordinator.
As a coordinator, yeah, as a coordinator, she does have a fair amount of say as far as during those conversations, she can make recommendations, and she is the one that actually puts it together once those recommendations are made. But it's just a portion. It's as other folks are in the room, and ultimately the superintendent will have that final say, and the school board does have input in that as well. That's why we're here presenting to you. And if you have comments, if you think that more should be spent this way, make those comments, because we're going to bring back to the table as we allocate this funding.
Well, absolutely, and then again, and that's why I initially asked. Because, as I asked in that earlier discussion, once those ESSER funds go away, then either the service, the FTEs provided by that, go away as well, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and I say that again in respects to the loss of revenue from San Juan Generating Station and people realizing that that money's not there, and we haven't found anything to take the place of that. And when that occurs, again, what do? We start dipping into operational funds to fund these positions that we have gotten used to. So I think we need to collectively start to really seriously look at that and how we're going to proceed with these services and these hours that funding is providing.
And if I can just interject a little bit with that, I really appreciate those comments because we're sort of in that process right now. I know that members of this board, including yourself, have mentioned the importance of reading interventionists in this district right now with the reading skills and the levels we have of our students. And so that's something we've looked into. Well, you can't always just plug that into operational. So what we're doing is we're using whatever funds we have. For that, we're utilizing Title I funding, which should remain intact to a degree. We're not guaranteed that by the federal government, but if we put those positions in place with Title I funding. All right, Jared, I'll make it real fast.
You got timed out.
That was enough. Board President Aspis cut me off. What was I talking about? Title I funding?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, we do have that funding available right now, and we should have it in the future. So we look to braid funding and use whatever we can for those positions. Again, I mean, it's great that you mentioned the ESSER's fundings with the ISOL positions, and folks need to understand that will not be there forever. My druthers personally would be to use ESSER's money as much as possible not on personnel, because it's always tough when you employ folks to say, and that position is not going to be around for long. I mean, if it's a one-year position, some people want to do that, but not everybody wants to work for 1 year and then have to get another position.
Well, obviously, and again, in respect to, I don't want to diverge too far away from what we're talking about, but and again, getting comfortable with those services that are being provided, and then not be able to be then, because then it becomes unfunded liability to be able to do that, and we talked about that at our regional meeting in respects to some of the concerns with other districts that they had as well. So I appreciate the information. Thank you. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. V. Herrera. Am I on?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Board members, any more comments, questions?
Board member, President Aspis, may I? I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions, but my first one is, are any of our principals or teachers, paraprofessionals getting, since this is a federal fund, are they getting supplemented by salaries? Are they being paid a stipend out of this fund?
No.
Okay. And then I just wanted to make sure, I know Miss Bellamy had mentioned that we use this program for well-rounded education, safe and healthy students, and effective use of technology. And those, the budgets for those is, let me see, like she said, requirements, 30,000, she stated at least 20% must be allocated to each of those well-rounded education, effective use of technology, and safe and healthy students. My other concern is that I think we need to look at distributing more to technology. I know 15% is allowed for technology that's on like software devices, but we can't use it on technology infrastructure and on like media resources. But I really think that we need to reconsider using more funds for technology in the scope of cybersecurity. And then for information, STARS, and more use for technology for tools for the teachers in the classroom. I think we need to really put more money into technology for that reason, especially for cybersecurity. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, board members?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Miss Bellamy Presley.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
we'll continue on to item L, Social Studies Adoption by Jennifer Huffman.
Good evening, President Aspis, Superintendent Carlson, members of the board. It was my understanding that the board had some questions regarding the recommended resource that we brought forth in March, which is the McGraw-Hill series for social studies. So I have invited the McGraw-Hill rep, Aaron Springer, and his director of curriculum, Max Caraveo, to provide information to the board regarding the content of these materials. President Aspis, Superintendent Carlson, would you prefer to have a presentation first and then a Q&A, or would you like just a Q&A?
I prefer for it to be 5 minutes.
Okay.
And
Then-
I mean, I don't mean to rush. These things should be thoroughly presented. But we're really trying to keep on 5-minute presentations.
I understand completely. So I would like to introduce Mr. Aaron Springer and his curriculum director, Max Caraveo from McGraw-Hill, is also here and open to your questions regarding the content of these resources.
Hello, board. Thank you for having us this evening. Yes, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those, or we can do a brief 5-minute pre-presentation, whatever you prefer.
So we had the social studies, right? We're on item L, social studies. Am I correct that we had this before? And
Yes, ma'am. We gave a presentation in March about the process that we used to select this material for recommendation, and I believe that there were additional questions, which is why I invited Mr. Springer and Mr. Caraveo back to the board.
okay, I open it up to board members' comments, questions.
I would ask you a question, but I'm waiting for mine to load on my computer so I can scan through it. But really, my concern, I think, is from the last time was, and if I'm not mistaken, a few others, was in regards to CRT. And apparently the statement was sent with the presentation that it is not included. And if I'm not mistaken, again, I believe there's a more impressed emphasis with New Mexico history. Is that correct, Superintendent? In the social studies, as far as New Mexico history, regional history?
Well, New Mexico history has always been represented in the curriculum the same way, and so that hasn't changed. Like, for instance, the elementary level, 4th grade is New Mexico history. 5th grade, I believe, is United States history, and 6th grade is world history. And then it continues on for middle school and high school, where they get exposure, different levels of exposure to each of those histories as well.
Okay. And I actually went to the parent-teacher conference at Shiprock High School a couple of weeks ago. And I know one of the concerns from one of the social studies teachers was adequate supply of books. And obviously these are brand new. So from his perspective of being able to effectively teach, to ensure that everybody has one in their hand, and then some. But I'll give it a minute here and let me scan through this once it loads, because I'm still waiting patiently.
While you're doing that, I can maybe give you an assurance that, so with this process, if the board goes through the consent agenda and adopts these texts, that we can move almost immediately into the ordering process to make sure that we do have books in the hands of all of our kiddos. If it were not adopted till, let's say, May, then it would be a little more difficult. And that's kind of why we made sure this was on this agenda, even though some of us forgot about it, myself, and made sure that it's put on here so we can get rolling, get the ball rolling.
Okay, right away, there's a couple of things here that I'd really appreciate, because it's immediately after this, I think it's on the third page. Talk with your partner about questions you have about governments and being a good citizen. Obviously, that you and I have talked plenty about that discussion in the classrooms, and you mentioned it at the beginning of the board meeting from your conference that you attended. And my hope and wish is that all these classes are doing that, to be able to have those open discussions with these things. And this book is certainly encouraging that. I mean, that's always a good practice to be able to do it, because generally those lessons and that education seems to last longer. But
Mr. Montoya, to answer a few of your questions, yes, we will be purchasing a copy of the text for every student at the grade level that is appropriate. These are consumables. So the quote that we have been given, which will need some adjustment depending on the actual numbers that we order, is a book for every student, replenishment of consumables every year, while this is our adopted curriculum series for, I think the PED cycle is 6 years, if I'm not mistaken, and then also access to the web. It also includes a year of free professional development, which will be delivered in whatever format is most desirable, whether that's in person or online, for the affected staff members. So that's also a piece of it. And one thing that I did ask from the outset was assurances that CRT was not embedded in these resources. And there is a letter from the publisher indicating that it is not. Also, one more thing. The way that these series are designed, it does allow for a fuller integration of the literacy standards within the social studies content. Both the literary text and the informational text standards can be very easily tied to this content.
So my question, the last time I viewed a social studies book, there was 2 of them. I just happened to get to the board meeting early that day, and this was down in Shiprock, and they had the stacks of social study books there, physically there, and so one of the teachers that was present, she showed me which one they voted on and which one it was the regular teacher. So and she showed me the I said, why did you pick this certain one? And she went to the page of the Naval Code Talkers. And she said the other book just had a short paragraph. At least this one has a page. And I thought, a paragraph to a page? But, and it's been some years since that happened. And my thoughts now is, I can understand about the CRT, but I would like to see other cultures, what they've contributed to within America. I'd like to see those in there, and 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 then much more on Navajo. Say our, those are our national heroes, the Navajo Code
If I
Talkers.
may,
I was just going to ask Mr. Caravale, will you speak to that, please?
yeah, just off the top of my head, in addition to the Navajo Code Talkers, for elementary, we include graphic novels of stories, comics, if you will, just to give a more visual, engaging, different interpretation of stories. We have one specific on the Navajo Code Talkers, and we also have video interview with one of the gentlemen that was a part of that group. And so for that piece specifically, we have a number of different resources tied into making sure that all different cultures and all different peoples are reflected within the larger story of history. And that's really where our K-12 story is built from, a fair and balanced view of historical events, not just a Eurocentric perspective of what has happened, but a truly global perspective of all cultures that have been involved. And just at least as far as the Navajo Code Talkers, those were the ones that popped up that were in my head as some examples that we have on that specific topic.
Okay, yes, like I said, that was some years back that I saw those new social study books, but that was my question in the new selection, and being that the board is the purse carrier, it would have been nice to have to see it physically, and as I did. And that was only because I showed up early. So, any other questions, comments, board members?
I have a question. I have a comment.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
I think I really appreciate your comments, President Aspis, because when I was going to school in Newcomb, none of that was really in the textbooks. And to not be able to, I guess, relate to what's in the textbooks is really important, especially with our students' self-identity. We need to know where we come from, and we need to understand the history. And I appreciate the comment about having all people represented in the textbook, because I don't think when I went to school that was the case. I think it was very biased, and in order to have our kids be able to really think about, I guess, their place in society and in the world, I think it's important to be able to read about all different aspects, what everybody brings to the table, not just one side. So I'm glad that that's going to be in the textbook. And I would have also liked to have seen a copy, looked at a copy. So, but thank you for that information.
I would like to let you know that there are physical copies in the superintendent's office for your review that were provided to Ms. Ray, and so those are there if you would like to swing by and look at them. I also want to share that the other thing that I felt was really important and that I had a conversation with the representatives about was also having an understanding that one Indigenous culture is not the same as another Indigenous culture. So it's really important not to just put a couple of things into a textbook and say that it's multicultural and represents Indigenous culture, because they're not the same. Each culture is unique and has its own things that it brings into play. And we can't generalize in that way. So one of the things, the feedback pieces I heard from teachers who were reviewing the materials was that they appreciated that each individual culture was recognized as its own culture versus all being lumped together.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
a comment. I feel bad for Ms. Haskey. In my social studies, we had an in-depth presentation of the Navajo Code Talkers and how they were implemented and how they were used. And I feel quite bad that you didn't have that in Newcomb, because we studied it quite in depth, and I always appreciated that, and the fact that that was a turning point in the war, because Japanese couldn't break the code, and we studied it thoroughly. But I also appreciate the fact that CRT is not embedded in it. In canvassing my constituents, that was an item that came up repeatedly. They were very much against that, so I appreciate the fact that it's not there. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, board members? Okay, we'll continue on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to item M, report on Deeper Learning Conference by Peter Deswood.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me? Jared, am I good? Oh, there we go. Good evening, board members, President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, board members, Mr. Carlson, anybody else that's still out there in virtual land, and the folks here. So thank you. Actually, the nice thing about this presentation was as soon as we got back, I was asking anybody who attended, schools who attended, to send snippets of their what they learned, their takeaways. There's a level of accountability there, because a lot of the stuff that we are doing there is definitely aligned to the work that we are moving forward with. So again, today's day, April 18th, Deeper Learning Conference. Almost 60 CCSD staff attended, so curriculum instruction funded. The professional development, the work that we saw is aligned to the capstone projects, right? We saw what capstone projects can be. We also know that they're aligned to the 4 pillars of the graduate profile. In fact, that was one of the sessions I attended was student-led. And whenever I saw those students speak, whenever our community members talk about the graduate profile, those students who spoke, which were all students of color, they exemplify what we want our students to be when they leave our school district. They are very articulate, very, very similar to the comments Superintendent Carlson said about our students on the Equity Council. In fact, at some point in time down the road, maybe our students on the Equity Council would present there, because, from what Mr. Carlson talked about, what we have going with the Equity Council is what this is right here, okay? Again, high-tech schools are exemplars for what community schools can be. Go ahead and go to the next one. So the purpose of the conference, this conference was started in 2013 to share a space with educators for imagining what schools can be in a way that felt joyful, reflective, and inspiring. Okay, the conference provided change makers from all over the world for an immersive collective experience focused on student-centered learning. So again, students are at the center of this, right? A lot of student agency, a lot of student voice and choice in what we saw. Okay, go to the next one. So here are some examples of learning. This one was from Dr. White. So there are 6 tenets of deeper learning, but as you can tell right there, it's a practice for educators to provide higher order thinking, skills, learning, dispositions, and collaboration skills needed for students to succeed in the 21st century workforce and civic life. So what was presented, it was a good segue, by the way, the social studies, because that went into what deeper learning is about. It's getting students to be at the center and to drive their own education. They're the ones saying, here's where we want to go. When we capture those voices, those 1,602 voices in the graduate profile surveys, that's the work that's being going here. So that graduate profile that we have, the 4 tenets, they directly align to this. So it's interesting because when we were there, myself and Ms. Bada out at Newcomb were asked to be on a podcast to talk about our district and why we went to the deeper learning. And this is exactly why we went there, because we wanted our teachers to be able to see the opportunities, think outside the box. Like one of the presenters said, it's not just worksheets, right? We want our students to create projects. We want them to have work-based learning experiences. We want them in the community practicing citizenship, advocating for community projects, advocating, like for example, the Gold King Mine spill that happened 5 or 6 years ago. There were students there at that high school that were doing projects on water quality, right? Our students could be leading these research opportunities, okay? In fact, it says my participation in deep learning helped me to identify the area of my strengths and areas of improvement within these competencies. I reflected on how I can support school leaders and teachers with these competencies. Go ahead and go to the next one. So here's another individual, workshops, combating confrontation with illumination. I actually attended this one as well. So there's this rubric. Actually, they teach students in middle school and high school how to prevent confrontation. Actually, confrontation happens. In fact, one of the things they said was confrontation isn't inevitable, but the thing is that hear both sides of an argument. I know in high school and middle school I was trained for conflict mediation. It's essentially, let's hear this side, now let's come up with an agreement. And that's what the students were doing in some of these schools, peeking into success, subconscious, so perceptions of subconscious. So students are reflective. Remember, one of the things that's important about the social studies curriculum is creating self-efficacy in our students. A student's innate ability to know they can do something, and that's what success subconsciousness is. It's a mindset. In fact, one of the slides says that it's not a program, it's a mindset. Okay, so cultivating relationships through restoration. In fact, there were some groups there who talk about restorative justice, and as we've heard in previous board meetings, our high schools, actually in the work session the other day, we do restorative justice. We do restorative practices with working with students. Even as the district hearing officer, that's one thing I take into account as a district hearing officer, taking a look at restorative practices. Again, creating a school culture that is safe, relation-driven, and restorative, right? A lot of the things that we're trying seeds we're trying to plant in our staff. I mean, you hear it when our staff talk on the presentations about there's collaboration, right? We're not operating in silos. We're trying to bring our staff together so that we know where we need to go, and we know based on data to drive that. Okay, next one. Here's another one. Manifest your people festo. Small steps towards big change. So there's things that people are doing out there in the actually worldwide, because there were presenters there from abroad. But just getting students to be active learners as opposed to just passively sitting in desks and taking in information, but helping teachers. Teachers are just facilitators of this information. Next one. Here's another one that says not either or, but both and. Okay, curriculum as the keystone to fostering deeper learning. So design thinking. There's also the 3 pieces of curriculum design. I can't read the other one because it's well, my eyes are kind of getting bad at night too, and I forgot my glasses. But again, a lot of the stuff that is going on in here, it's a mindset of what we're trying to push our district based on the perceptions of our community, where they want to go with our students. Again, it mentioned 21st century skills. That is exactly what this is encouraging. It's encouraging students to collaborate. Okay, next one. Deeper learning, again, this one says 3 takeaways. Standards, curriculum, and instruction. Resources are all in one package. Okay, review and make connections at the beginning of day and share your learning at the end of the day. So a lot of reflection, a lot of talking. One of Mr. Carlson's focus areas, actually a district focus for instruction, is getting students to reflect on their learning, talking. And that's one thing, one takeaway was getting students to talk at the beginning. Where are you at? You know, we always talk about assessing informally where your students are, see what their background knowledge is, what funds of knowledge they have. Well, that's exactly what they do. In some of these schools, they circle students up in talking circles, and these kids are sharing out what they need to learn. And of course, they have reflective questionings at the end as well. And then share one thing you know, you think you know, and wonder. So a lot of how to teach students to be reflective, like one of the things is like 2 likes and a wonder, how to give constructive feedback. Okay, next one. How to create family-school partnerships through touch points. So this one is a program that someone saw, right? And I think that's one thing. I know board member Haskey mentioned about the community, right? There's a lot of engagement. That's why on the onset, one of the comments I made was it's an exemplar for community schools, right? These schools are hubs, right? Our schools are perfect location to be hubs and the centers of the community. In fact, many of these schools that we saw are hubs in urban settings. So the families come together, everything is right there at the hands of students. Okay, again, school-family partnerships, building trust with students and families, data behind schools, family engagement, and academic success. So again, these are some other that I didn't go to this particular one. Go ahead and go to the next one. So the most important takeaway that everyone has to remember: cultivating a care culture, create environment of trust and belonging. Right? You can hear that in our staff. They're starting to be open. In fact, whenever we go out into schools, staff are starting to say, "Hey, hang on, we don't have that training yet. Can we get access to that?" As opposed to, "Well, you should know it. It's in your 3-ring binder that's 3 inches thick." But okay, let's go back and let's teach these components so that we are all on board. Allow others to see the real you, right? Respond to others' interests, passions, needs, and critique. Again, right there's a lot of reflection, talking, getting students to feel a part of the classroom community, encourage and expect growth. Okay, go ahead and go to the next one. So in summary, deeper learning is not just a title, but a mindset. All stakeholders, like I said earlier, we have 1,600 voices, right? Need to have a voice and to be heard. From the students and teachers, the parents, the school, all need input as to how they can access knowledge and share it out. And then, of course, project-based learning is not just one component of deeper learning. Okay, it's a part of it. Okay, next slide. So as a school district, we are trying to create an environment of trust and belonging for students, staff, and our families. I stand for questions.
Questions, comments, board members?
Question.
Go ahead.
So you had quite a few people that attended that, and I'm assuming those, would it be safe to say all of your principals went?
No, sir. It was one principal or an assistant principal who went, just, of course, to one of the admin, or in some cases, if a lower grade, if a principal was unavailable, then an ISO might have attended.
My apologies, Mr. Superintendent. I should have asked the question to you. Having said that, is there going to be, Superintendent, an expectation of incorporation of some of these ideas?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Like Mr. Deswood was kind of pointing out, so much of what they were talking about, and you talk about the care environment, you talk about students talking about their learning, those things are deeply embedded with what we're trying to do. So much of what is going on here is what we want to do in this district. I mean, he likened kind of some of the sessions to what I just brought out I was going to say this morning. The meeting hasn't gone on that long. At the beginning of the meeting, when I talked about, students talking with one another about their learning and how we did that and how that experience and experiential learning is so important, and project-based learning is very important. So yes, all these concepts are important, and they definitely will be principals. When we send people to these conferences, we expect people to take things back to their staff. Okay, and we're also having conversations, Mr. Deswood is having conversations with his principal group about all these topics as well. And yes, we will incorporate them in the future.
Not to be critical, Superintendent, but I went through that entire schedule that they had there. And again, not to be overly critical, but it seems like a lot of redundancy from what the PED has been pushing down to the districts. So does anybody look at them and contrast them and say, oh, we already do this? Oh, this is already mandated? That's why I asked the questions. Are the principals going to go back into the buildings? And is the district going to mandate, just because they went to San Diego to find these ideas and theories, to then turn around and apply it in the school? And here comes another layer on top of a layer that creates a redundancy that we're already dealing with.
Let me answer that right away, and I'm gonna give an assist over toward Mr. Deswood, because he talks about that a lot. And I'm gonna let him kind of go over this, but just in the big picture is that they've looked at all the programs that we put on top of people, and that's something he's done with his principal group. We're not going to add to those things. We don't need extra layers, just like you're saying. And so Mr. Deswood's going to go ahead and speak to that. He'll do it much more eloquently and articulately, I'm sure, than I was about ready to.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. So Mr. Carlson is right. We have been evaluating the programs that we have. Principals did put together all the programs that the district had. There were 71 last year, K through 12. So we went through this with academic planning, and we nailed it down to about maybe 15 or 16 instructional programs. So I think one of the things in one of the slides, it says it's not a curriculum, it's a mindset, right? It's an idea of just pushing students a little bit further, having high expectations. But Mr. Carlson is right. One of the things that we're trying to focus on is not putting more programs. In fact, there are so many programs coming from the public education department, but we have schools that have 3 or 4 programs that are supported by the public education department. So we've actually told no to one of the programs, because when we talk with teachers, one of the things they're saying is, we have these programs, but we haven't been trained on them. So we're trying to streamline it and make sure that our teachers know how to use those programs with a higher level of proficiency, so that they are able to use those. And not only that, but I know one of the things Mr. Montoya always talking about is how do we pinpoint the value of something, right? Kind of a return on investment. Well, when we have so many programs, we can't tell which program is effective because there's too many. But if we streamline them, identify 2 or 3 programs, then we can talk about efficacy of that particular program. So I hope that answered your question.
Superintendent.
Sir.
I hope you understand my angst, because again, we start to overburden the educators. And again, you've heard me say this time and time again. I've been saying this for the past, going on 3.5 years now, that pressure gets pushed down from the top, from the PED. And obviously there's some at the federal level too, but it trickles down to PED, goes to the districts, goes to the superintendents, goes to the administration, goes to the principals, goes to the teachers, and inevitably the children. Because when you start directly impacting and affecting the educators in the classroom, then that comes out in the lessons, the teaching, the resentment, and that attitude, again, to the point of Mr. Deswood's mindset. Creating resentment is a mindset. When teachers hear a principal say, oh, we heard these wonderful things coming out of this conference in San Diego or Salt Lake or wherever they went, Kalamazoo, immediately the thought is, oh my God, here we go again, now what? So again, what kind of mindset have you created by doing that? And again, I'm going to keep beating this one to death. It's the outcome. How is that going to contribute to a positive outcome in growth? Because we're trying to fill that gap. And one of the questions I have is in regards to what was mentioned about restorative justice. What happens when that doesn't work? What happens when that little group circle doesn't work and the perpetrator dismisses it? How do we know that it's not working? And 2, what do we do in those instances that all these people are talking about, these wonderful circles and restorative justice and how they work wonders and how they calm people down? I'm not saying that it's not worth the attempt or the effort, certainly, because there are situations where that can occur, especially with young kids where they're very formative in their mindset. You start talking to a teenager or a young man that's 17, 18 years old, then what? How do we deal with that? Everything's flowery and rosy, man, and somebody's idealistic plans, but then there's a reality that we have to learn to live with and deal with. So, and restorative justice doesn't take care of that, because here comes the actions. So that's my comment. But thank you.
You want me to address any of that at all?
Excuse me?
You want me to address any of that at all? Just a little bit? Do you mind?
Sure, please.
At the end, you kind of segued into that restorative justice portion. Just to answer that portion super fast, we still have a discipline matrix that still has things in place that if the restorative justice is not working for certain individuals, we can have in-school suspensions, and Mr. Deswood has actually had several, what is it called when the student goes to
Hearing disposition?
Yeah, hearings just recently, and that's going to happen, occasionally, and it's happened more than we want it to happen, which may be an indication that restorative justice isn't always working. Generally, it's for specific instances that are real sudden and egregious. Going back to what you were saying before about all these things, remember what I said about examining what we have? I don't know if you remember way back in the days of Baldridge. It's been a while, but the district, we still do plus deltas at the end of this meeting, and that's a remnant of that Baldridge training that we all had. In those days of Baldridge, one of the things that we were taught is a concept called purposeful abandonment, where if we look at all of our processes and we say, are these still meeting our needs? And we need to understand, why are we here? What's the important, what is the underlying thought of everything we're doing? And what is the push of all of our education? What's the measurement of that? Well, the measurement of that is state tests. Are we making progress on state tests? Are we putting in place programs that make sense? Are we putting in place programs, especially, I mean, you talk about research quite a bit in some of the classes you've had. We want to make sure that what we're doing is research-based. We're not going to throw anything out there on anybody that isn't research-based. PLCs is a good example. It's been pretty research-based that they're effective. And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to have those. But there's certain programs and certain things that we do in the district, we're examining them and we're getting rid of those because we're not going to add more layers. Most of all this stuff that's coming out of this Deeper Learning Conference supports what we already do and that's positive in the district. So hopefully that addressed it a little bit. I mean, I really understand your concern. It's a valid concern. And hopefully you'll see that, and you'll get feedback, and you'll hear that we are purposefully abandoning things that we need to.
Well, if I may, in respects to the purposeful abandonment, I look at it through the lens of the Navajo philosophy of resourcefulness. Discard the bad and keep the good. I mean, how hard is that?
Simple way to put it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, may I speak? Board Member Montoya? May I speak? May I speak, Superintendent Carlson?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So, with I share the same concerns as Board Member Montoya has, and I feel like in situations like this, you said a mindset, not a curriculum, but a mindset. And I feel like situations like this can easily be somebody's own personal agenda, could be personally, somebody's personal agenda could possibly exploit our students for their own agenda, for their own, I don't know. Maybe it's, I'm presuming a lot, but maybe they say it in better terms, better words, $20 words, but I really would like to know the history behind that whole mindset, where it derived from, who created it, if we could get that information.
Absolutely. And I think one thing that maybe was not very clear was that, so nobody came back with, oh, we have to purchase this, we have to do this. So when we went to high-tech high, elementary, middle, and high school, we saw example of student work. Like, here's what we could do. And I think the other thing too is, and I understand your concern because, the money that we are investing in our kids, right? We looked at the voices of the community, and they want fun activities that are engaging. Okay, so in a previous school that I was in, we followed this model, and our attendance went up. Our graduation rates went up because kids are bored, kids are falling asleep. If you look at a student who's who have extended learning or who are gifted, they're doing fun projects. They're allowed to do science fair. They're allowed to do National History Day. They're allowed to do these competitions like robotics. Well, why can't we do that with all of our kids? That's what the mindset is everybody all of the kids have an opportunity to experience a project and do a project that is meaningful to them, that is directed by them. It's not changing the standards, because the standards are the standards. It's just a different way. For example, when I taught mathematics, I taught the standards, but I wrapped it up with a project. How can we make learning relevant so that they have fun? And to be honest with you, all the kids wanted to be in my class because it was fun. We worked hard, but we did projects, and they'd be posted all over the board. And that's what we see at these schools, is a lot of student work. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and Superintendent Carlson, the fact that you said that this could also, be used, that's why I'm asking. I really like to know the history behind who created, where it derived from. Please.
Absolutely.
And so, board members, any other questions, comments?
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Me neither. Thank you.
May I say one last comment, Board President? I think one thing that's nice is, pushing us
No.
to... Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You already exceeded it. How many minutes?
All right, thank you. I'll just say thank you.
I'm really trying to keep this. I'm trying to get you home. Today, tax day. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go backwards here. I believe, do we have Henderson on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Did you know the meeting was today?
Yes, I was on from 5:30 all the way to 7, and I had to go run out of town, actually out of state. And I waited as long as I could, and I left. I'm back now, so.
You are probably golfing. Okay, so he's item H, fundraising request, Shiprock High School boys basketball golf tournament, August 19th, by Lawrence and Henderson. Go ahead, Mr. Henderson.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Am I presenting now?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to run a golf tournament at Riverview Golf Course in Kirtland. I feel like this is the future of fundraising for sports. I did call Tony Mike Jr., who is the manager of Kirtland Riverview, and he gave me the date of August 19th to run a golf tournament there. I've done one before with him. It was very successful, and that's one of the things that he said was, that he was inviting for me to come back and do another one. The reason why I'm setting it so early is just because I want to get flyers out and try to get the information out to a lot of the people who would start calling in and, planning for the trips out here. They're going to take about $67. We're going to charge each golfer about $125 each. And $65 will go to the clubhouse. They're also going to prepare a meal for the golfers. Then my parents will donate items so we can do raffle tickets to also make money, more money again, just for door prizes. And then we're going to see if we can get some businesses to maybe sponsor the 18 holes. That could be another money maker for the program. But all the money that we're going to raise, again, is just going to go towards our program of buying equipment. I would like to buy more of the billboards for our locker rooms so we can monitor the kids' stats, appraisals, things like that. Also, some positive words that need to be more in the gym, in the locker room. Also, trying to maybe get the Hulu program back for the boys to look at, stats and stuff like that. That program, I think, is I wouldn't say Hulu. I forgot that the basketball program, that the videos that they show. But that costs us quite a bit of money to get. But I think that's a great video. I'm not sure what the district was on this year, but I think the basketball program the video programming, the kids can actually get on there and watch their own video, make their own clips, make their own highlights, and they also do the whole stats that we can print up, put up, so the kids can monitor themselves. But yeah, to give the kids knowledge of what their performances and to also monitor their performances is also enhancement for developing great basketball players. But other than that, it's a lot of money resources. My C team uniforms are not very good. They're, I think, 6 years old, those uniforms that they're using. And I probably could get some new ones again and push down the JV uniforms to them, or try to get some more uniforms for everybody. But, funds are always helpful, especially if we can get a lot of it. So, but that's basically the plan. It's 4 months from now, but I think if we get the information out early, we'll be able to get a good turnout.
You done, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know that you're going to have to come back for the donations, because this is we're only approving the fundraising. So on the donations, you'll have to come back for that.
Okay.
So
okay.
I'll open it up to questions, comments, board members.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I have a question for Mr. Henderson. What course are you playing on?
Kirtland Riverview in Kirtland, New Mexico.
And the name of it is?
Riverview.
Is it Gold Course or is it Golf Course?
Golf course. Did I put goal on there?
GOLD.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was probably thinking goal.
You might want to change that before you come back.
Okay.
I'm playing with your mind there, but that needs to be corrected.
Might be my penmanship. Not very good.
Or your computer that thought you wanted gold instead of golf.
He says a golden idea, he said.
That $120 to me, that would be a gold course, all right.
Yeah. And it's amazing how many golf players and businesses love to get into it. I mean, I've seen a lot of interest in the past few tournaments. I mean, there's just tournaments every week. I even attend them, and they're so supportive. So, especially if it's due to the kids, youth players and things like that, they really come out.
Okay.
I wish you the best. Good luck to you, and I hope you're successful.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
That's all I have.
Superintendent Carlson. So, can we make sure that he mentioned uniforms. Can we make sure that what things they put in place as far as the rotation, that if we're still using that and see where that's at, where the team is at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Henderson. And
Thank you, Mr. Asmus.
we'll continue on to item N, digitizing on school records and transcripts by Leandro Venturina.
Good evening again, President Aspas, Vice President Husky, Secretary Wells, Board Member George, and Mr. Montoya, and Superintendent Carson. I apologize, I will not be there in person. However, I have Mr. B, who represents our data department, to get you updated with our big project in digitization of our school records in conjunction with the effort of our finance and HR department in records keeping and making them digital. So take it away, Mr. B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venturina. Good evening, President Aspas, Vice President Husky, board members, Superintendent Carlson, and Assistant Superintendent Deswood, directors. I'll be reporting on the district digitization project. And this is a project wherein the district will be going from file cabinets to online file storage. That means our district can simply store, retrieve, and manage our student records in the cloud. There are two phases of this project. Phase one, we have the current students, and next school year, 2023-2024 student records. This includes cumulative folders. Under the cumulative folders, we have student information, bilingual and EL folder, testing folder, SAT, and 504 referrals. So by fall of 2023, all current student records will be digitized, indexed, and stored in a safe and secure site called Yellow Folder. That's the name of the company that we will be using. Aside from the current students, 2007 up to 2023 graduates will be digitized, which will be the transcripts only. For phase two, we'll be doing digitizing our inactive files. We have to box the cumulative folders up in bunker boxes and ship them to the company. And Yellow Folder will digitize them, index, and store them in the cloud. Next, for phase two is the microfiche files. We all know that Kirtland Central High School, Shiprock High School, and other schools have microfiche files. I went to Kirtland Central High School and visit them and look at their microfiche files, and I saw 1939 transcript. So those will be digitized and put it into the clouds. Next slide. So this is the company that we selected. Yellow Folder provides a cloud-based digital file cabinet where we can store them. Solely focused on K-12 schools, It is built specifically for the needs of a school and 100% FERPA and it's IPAA compliant. They have 300 plus district clients across the United States. So we are in the initial phase. I already talked to all our school secretaries to start the boxing of the dead files. And after that, we'll send them to the company. And that's it for me.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes,
So, with the, I just Googled pros and cons of storage on the cloud. And there's actually disadvantages. And the first one is the lack of total control. And I guess looking at it, I thought that it's something that we handle, but apparently there's a middle person or the 300 plus district.
Oh, that's their clients. They have
Okay.
300 plus district clients across the United States. So there will be no third party.
Okay, and so that's what they rated, lack of total control. And the second was the difficult to migrate, meaning once you start signed up and started with one particular cloud storage provider, is difficult to change to another.
Yeah, so there are 5 companies that we look on, and this one is the one that move on to the top according to our district mission or needs.
And this is a first for the district, right?
It is, yes.
So then there's a phenomenon known as vendor lock-in. And so the number third disadvantage is it requires internet. So with the breakdown of internet service, say down south, that's one thing to think about.
Okay.
But anyhow, I just wanted to share that, and I just Googled it a while ago. So interesting.
So we will look into the disadvantage and talk to the vendor and how we can.
That, and then I guess pay attention to the terms and conditions.
That's right, yeah.
So that we, I think over the years we went from files, actual folders, to what, or is it microfishing first and then?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Microfiche.
Yeah. And now we're going to the cloud, and then who says next year there's something different and better? So,
So we will look into that.
And I'm not just expressing that just to you, but to our the board and looking at all these areas, and things are always technology.
Right.
So, thank you. I open it up to the board for questions, comments.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I guess in terms of technology and the route that we're going, I would just also like to caution in terms of cybersecurity. There have been some school districts not too far from where we're at that were hit with ransomware, and the more we go toward digitizing everything and storing everything on the cloud, I would just also say, that we have the proper cybersecurity to protect all that data. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice President. So the data department and technology department talked about this before we finally decided with the company. So technology is on the side. We are working hand in hand with our data.
I wonder what would happen to that cloud when 5G. I don't know.
Madam President?
Go ahead, Secretary
A
Wells.
comment. I think all of those concerns are valid. I wonder what would happen to the cloud in the thunderstorm, but I guess my concern is maybe just ignorance of how is this safe from cyber hackers or the destruction of. Anyway, I am however glad to see that this is moving forward and we're doing something about it. My concerns are the same as our board president and vice president, but I am grateful to see this moving forward. That's all I have, Madam President.
Thank you.
Madam President?
All right. Go ahead, Montoya.
Not to be a cynic, but I mean, if you look at what happened to the federal government and
Yeah.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I said what I said. It's not. Anybody with the proper mind and tools can hack anything. So that's what happens to the cloud. It starts to pour data.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
No, I don't have
President-
no comments or questions.
President Aspis, may I?
Go ahead.
So are we following the retention period for these documents? Because I know the health office, the immunizations, the health office is different. It's either 10 years or from the last entry in the student's health file. And then I know for like cumulative folders and such in the regular education that's in the school folders, it's 2 years after the last attendance. So I know there's different ones, but are we following those?
Yes.
With putting all of them on the digital record?
Yes, we do. So
Okay, thank you.
we will not be destroying them not until those span of time.
So in the cloud will be my report card that says URS.
Yes. So instead of going to and dig into the file cabinets, we'll just go in and type it out. And the good thing of this is that there are only exclusive users that who can access these files.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
There are a couple of hands up. Ms. Chappelle has her.
Uh, I'll
Just
have
FYI.
Leandro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, President Aspas. I just wanted to piggyback on what actually it was asked the last time we're in, like how long would we keep or retain student transcripts? And I did do my research according to the Title 1, Chapter 21, Part 1 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. So students' transcripts are retained permanent transcript to archives 100 years from date of birth. So we have the obligation to get that in accordance with the NMAC. There are other categories for student enrollment, student records, as such, but we're doing our due diligence to make sure that those are safeguards. And I can speak a little bit of the technology side as well, where those safeguards that we have put, or those companies that have put to safeguard the confidentiality and security of those records that we have. And as stated by Mr. B, there are only few people or few users that will have access to those records. And finally, I think I would address, when we transition from one company to the other, hopefully we are not going to, to kind of like switch back and forth of different company, because I know for a fact that that will be hard. And I know you mentioned that that's one of the disadvantage of, being digital. But it always, in my experience and experience in the data department, we switch service providers. We always have that transition period where all the what we call SQL or codes needs to be aligned with one or the other. There will be some technical aspects that could include to that transition from one company to the other. And the data department is tasked and obligated to make sure that all the files or all the records will be transitioned to that company. And I don't know if you remember from our old SIS, our old system, going to Power School, that that is a big jump or change within our school district. And we still have those, and we have to make sure that we have access to the old files that we have from the previous one. So it's pretty much the same concept for transitioning or having that data or records from one company to another. I hope that helps a little bit of the questions earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jermaine Chappelle.
Thank you, Board President and board members. A real quick question, Leandro. I know in some meetings we've talked about potentially going to a case management type system. Would this interface with that, or would it be expandable to that type of scenario?
That would be a different service, Ms. Chappelle.
Okay.
This is purely for records retention.
Right, I just noticed that some of the IEP info and whatnot would be held in this, so I thought it might be a good bridge program for that.
Yeah, and I think we have some companies who reach out for case management stuffs, but I do believe that in case of the special ed, we have the special ed through Power School, and of course our Power School SIS. We have, I think we're looking at the Title 9 case management as well, but that's like different services.
And then I was just trying to remember, is this a CES vendor or did we go through an RFP? I just couldn't remember.
It is under CES.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go on to item O, increase of 3,500 threshold, procurement by Donovan Yazzie. 5 minutes. Or I'll be like LSFC, 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I do have also on line two Christy, our procurement officer with the district, to also help with answering any questions that the board would have. I believe we presented to the board to raise the procurement threshold for the district. At the last meeting, we presented a copy of the current CCSD policies and procedures manual. We shared information on how we got to have the $35,000 threshold. And I believe the document that Ms. Sharon is presenting has the current CCSD procedures and policies manual. It has the red line on it too. If you could go to page number 4 and 5, I think. Just kind of get an example. Let's see, this is right here. So this document does, I have two documents here. I have one with the red line here, and then the other document has the changes that without the red line document. So this information was presented to the board, and there was a request to have it reviewed by our attorneys. So we had our procurement officer, Christy, send and work in collaboration with the superintendent to send this information out to our Walsh and Gallegos, who specialize with procurement law. And so they got back with Ms. Walter and let her know that they did review the business policy procedures manual, that the changes to increase the internal threshold limit from 35,000 to 10,000, everything that we have on the documents to increase the internal threshold limit from $35,000. I'm sorry, my bad. 3,500. No. My bad. Thank you for catching that, President Aspis. My bad. I guess that's my goof for the evening.
Slick Willie? No.
That would be a decrease, wouldn't it be? Forgive me for not reading my numbers very good. So an increase from $3,500 to $10,000 would be within the procurement code regulations, and that everything should be okay. And we did forward this information also to Superintendent Carlson as well as legal counsel Chappelle to review it as well. So I'm not sure if we have any questions that we could address as well as Christy. Ms. Sharon, could you go to the other document that's also in here? So this is the document without the red line. So this is the proposed change here. And if you go to the pages we were looking at, pages 4 and 5, I believe. This is the one without the red line. So this is with the changes here.
What page is that?
This one is page, is this page 4? Page 5. So I do have the red line document posted, the prior one that Ms. Ray presented, and this is the updated one.
So, Superintendent Carlson, what is your Why is this coming before the board?
Just to raise the threshold, basically. That's it, to be more in line with what makes sense with prices these days, since things have gone up so high. To keep it so low just makes a lot of extra work for our finance folks. I mean, the recommendation is there from legal counsel as well. I mean, since it was sent to the board attorney, we could probably ask her opinion as well.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
This is an item that I had requested, having been subjected to the $3,500 when I was working for the district. I suggested that it be raised simply because of what superintendent has indicated here, because the prices of things have gone has increased so much that the $3,500 is far too low to work with, and they're responding to that request.
Okay, I believe this is before you had joined the board. We've had this request as well, and my thoughts on it is, why have the board if we do this? And my thoughts on it is still no. I'd like to see more, and though the board attorney does agree, I don't agree. I still don't, and I maintain that. These things are put in place for a reason, and I'd like more documentation, more instead of it saying or just put out there that things cost more, or I didn't get a good explanation, I felt, from Superintendent Carlson, other than going along with legal board attorney's request and our finance officer's requests. But that's not enough explanation for me. So my answer, or my thoughts on this, is still no. I open it up for comments, questions, board members.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Yazzie, I guess this would be a question for you in regards to this. I would also like more I guess to know what the challenges are, to know what the turnaround is. I would like to know, like, real life scenarios that your the accounting office has to go through in regards to the different programs because of this threshold, the way the threshold is set. I would like to know what some of the real life, I guess, situations that have occurred to prompt this to come before the board again. I know that, and it's been a while, I had talked to a couple of individuals before, and they mentioned some scenarios in regards to grants and the timeline. So in that aspect, if you could provide more context in why this is back before the board and why, given those real life scenarios, why this has come before the board again. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Haskell. I believe we presented to the board prior with surveys from the staff, and we also had a couple of financial secretaries who presented the information as well in the previous sessions. That's why I do also have our procurement officer, Christy, here, who could probably help with kind of addressing some of the concerns she has. And as far as what has been shared with her when she is processing these requisitions and processing these requests. So if you don't mind, Ms. President Aspis, if I can have Christy comment.
Well, hold up. Let me say one more thing. When I look at this, Vice President Haskell brought up about grants, and but anyhow, looking at this, the bullet items and the range of purchases under 10,000. Internet, newspaper ads, competitive quote solicitations, catalogs, and so some of those are some of the items. But as I've said before, and as a board member, I understand that we are the purse holders, and so when I was years ago, when my daughter was younger, me being that purse holder, I didn't tell her, if you take $20 from my purse, you don't need to tell me, And so this is kind of like that, but at a larger scale. But I put it in that analogy, and the way it seems is like the big problem is coming to the board and letting us know, but we do have to maintain that purse and know what's being spent. So I hope you understand, and of course it's not my decision alone, and I hope the board understands. You want to?
At your discretion, President
Yes,
Aspis, I
go
don't know
ahead.
if you would have Christy comment, if
Yes.
she would like to, since she has worked closely with the with this aspect of. I think this has been presented to the board several times, even prior to me being here, by the former Director of Finance, Mr. Archibald, too, as well. So, Christy, I don't know if you want to go ahead and chime in a little bit.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay,
Yes,
thank
go
you.
ahead.
Yat she Christy Walter in Shadow, Ashi and Shida Totsahi Bashin, Todikor Chedo, the Battle General. And I work as the procurement officer for the district. And I just want to thank President Aspis, board members, Superintendent Carlson, and esteemed colleagues. And earlier, I listened to Ms. Bellamy talk about her grants. And a lot of the purchases are not just only for operational, but it also includes grant side. And so the $10,000 that we're asking for involves a lot of the grant purchases. And it really hinders the efficiency of getting requisitions through, because if you look at the 15 schools actually, and then we also have Bond Wilson, we have secretaries that struggle with obtaining quotes, especially if they are trying to find someone locally. They run into that $3,500, and by now the local vendors know that, well, the district's just asking for quotes, and I'm not going to get it. That's what is being heard from the vendors as well. So it really places a lot of
time loss and just trying to get money spent, especially now towards the end of the physical year. We try to work with the schools to get stuff done, get these purchases done and materials and supplies for the students, and it just really hinders us. And the $10,000 is utilized across the state of New Mexico for a lot of the districts because we all work under the federal government. We all utilize the same funding, we all utilize the same procurement code, and I'm sure that Ms. Chappelle can appreciate and understand where we're coming from. And so that's one of the concerns, is just that it's very time consuming to try to get quotes. And we do, like I said, work with the New Mexico procurement code, and that's not our only processes included. We also have level of approvers within the grants department, as well as on the operational side. We have several people that look and review the purchases. And so we do come to a collaboration understanding of what we can do, including other vehicles like CES. I heard some statements and comments about CES. Those are some of the tools that are provided to us so we can spend monies that are more than $60,000 if we need to purchase something in that large amount. So it would just really help our district move things along when it comes to getting purchases for our district, for our students and teachers. Thank you. Are there any other questions that I can answer?
No, but you gave me a clearer picture, and I appreciate that. Again, you know, like Vice President Haskey, I like the way she put it. There hasn't been real life situations or scenarios that the board has heard. And I was hoping to get that real life situation from Superintendent Carlson, but anyhow, so any more comments, questions, board members?
I don't have any additional questions or comments. Thank you.
Madam President?
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
The thing that I incurred when I was in maintenance and purchasing for maintenance is that we had to go with CES purchasing because they didn't have the ceiling, so we couldn't use local vendors in order to make the purchases that were sometimes necessary. We had to go with CES vendors because of the contract that they had. And that prohibited a lot of the business utilizing local businesses. Having been on the other end of this, I can see the advantage of raising the ceiling. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the...
Can I make an additional comment? As an aspect?
Yes, go ahead, Vice President.
Maybe to, I guess to, in terms of the oversight and the concern regarding the $10,000 threshold. And this is more, I guess, a question for the superintendent. Would we, as a board, could we get a monthly report, just like what we get with our procurement and so forth, on the items that fall under that threshold, the $10,000 threshold. Just to, because of the concerns that have been brought up.
That, I'm sure that could be prepared by Mr. Yazzie and his team, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That sounds like a good idea. But also, recalling some of those I remember Vice President Haskey at that time asked about the auditor's opinion. Did you ever speak with them?
President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I believe we did speak with, Christy can go ahead and speak on this as well too, because I know she communicates with the auditors in respect to this threshold. Christy, could you comment on that, please?
Yes, the auditors, they review review all of our purchases that are under certain thresholds. For example, the purchases over $3,500, they would review those, and then they would take out specific. Well, they would get like a compilation of all the purchase orders, and then they would request for purchase orders from this dollar amount to like another dollar amount, like say for example, $3,500. They would review all that, make sure that the quotes are on there. If we have purchased from CES or other price agreements, they would review everything, considering if we used a grant fund or if we use operational funds. So they do request for purchase orders that were within different parameters. So we do get requests for that from the auditors.
Okay. So this particular question, the way it's worded on the agenda and what's been asked here, has that question gone to the auditors?
Yes, we ask our auditors what kind of different reviews they're going to be doing as far as the dollar amount in purchases. And so from the grant side, the threshold from the grants federal government is $10,000. From the New Mexico procurement side, it is at $20,000. However, we have to work with the lowest threshold amount, and that goes back to the federal side, which is $10,000. So it would really comply with both aspects of the grant side and as well as the operational side.
To add to Christie's, one of the things that was mentioned too was that our district is one of the lowest, or how can I put it? Our district is one of the most restricted within the state, as far as having a $3,500 threshold. So most of the schools that we've also talked with and collaborated with too as well, they have a $10,000 small purchasing thresholds. That's what we are presenting to the board. We also address some of the questions as well to some of the other business officials within the MASBO department, as well as spoke with other certified procurement officers as well within the state. And the recommendation that we did get from them too is just what Christy mentioned, is to be in alignment with the federal grants, which is the $10,000 threshold. So that was the recommendation that we did receive also from, other licensed business managers as well as other certified procurement officers as well too.
Okay, I really like Vice President Haskey's idea, and I'm willing to go ahead if we could get a report. Is that possible?
President Aspis, members of the board, I believe that we do have a report that we share out to the board that was requested a while back ago. It's a detailed listing of all the invoices that are paid out through the month. I think it's the longest one on the agenda. It has all the detailed invoices, all the account items and what's purchased, and it also has all the listing of all the accounts way at the bottom of the page. I think I've shared that several times. I can't remember what the exact name of that report is, but it does list out all the invoices, the vendors we pay, and it does have the purchase orders numbers on those as well too, so that you would be able to see all the itemized listing of everything that the district purchases within the month.
Okay, when that particular item comes up, I think that's how we'll see that real life situation, and let us know. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, board members?
President Aspis, may I make a comment? This is Christy.
Yes, go ahead.
I think that our financial system, the infinite visions, we can do that. We can set parameters, and maybe we can do a separate report, because I feel like this is an important step for the district, just because, Vice President Haskey has expressed, we do get a lot of issues coming from the financial secretaries, and I'm sure that Mr. Carlson's former secretary did have a lot of issues with it, as well as the directors that are also attending. I'm sure they've heard a lot of issues stemming from the $3,500 threshold, and I am willing to submit a report to the board if that is what will, be a positive thing for our district.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just, I know this is like several attempts, and and my thoughts again was, well, what is the board here for? And when we're the ones that take care of that purse, and or satchel. So I'm only going with this mainly because of the report, and I really like the idea of Vice President Haskey, and that's the only reason why I'm going with it. And then your clarification on that this could be a time saver, so I really appreciate your explanation, Ms. Walters. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Aspis, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm in support of this as well, just based on the reporting and maybe on the requisitions, Christy and Mr. Yazzie, maybe we can put on the requisition part where it has the line item where we write in the item line that we're using, maybe put operational or grant so that we know in the report that it's been paid out of the operational or the grant funding. And I know that it's super hard for the financial secretaries to enter requisitions with the current 3,500 and getting the quotes is difficult. Working with the district, when I was health and wellness, it was difficult to get the quotes. And sometimes some of the companies, they don't give a quote. And so it's kind of hard to get what you want, but you can't get the quote that you need sometimes. So I am in agreement with President Aspis and Ms. Haskey. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson.
So we'll go on to item P, I'm sorry. RFP 2023-841-116, Judy Nelson Elementary, Little League Fields by Candace Thompson.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. Tonight, I'd like to bring to the board for your review and approval the scope of work to demolish the existing concession stand and baseball field complex located just below Judy Nelson Elementary School and construct new concession stands, restroom building, including utility infrastructure, grade site for drainage and play, construct retaining walls, construct new baseball fields, including fencing, turf, dugout, irrigation, and utility infrastructure, construct parking lots and pedestrian and field lighting. We had a mandatory pre-bid meeting was held on March 8th. We had 6 general contractors show up to that meeting. We had 5 submit letters of intent to submit an RFP on this. We opened the RFP and we only had 1 general contractor submit a price for this project. Ms. Ray, can you please scroll to the bottom? Page 2, thank you. BM Sullison Construction was the only contractor to submit an RFP for this project. Can you go down a little more, Sharon? Oh. I'm looking for the price, Sharon. It might be on page 1. Oh, it looks like we didn't get the price in. Ms. Walters, are you still online?
I am here.
Do you have that total for the board? It was 4.8. 4.8.
Yes, 4.8.
And with that, I stand for questions.
Add clarification, 4.8, what?
4.8 million, Board President.
Okay.
And if you would like, if the board would like to review, there is the rendering of what the new site will look like. If it's the board's purview to continue with this project.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I have a question for Ms. Thompson.
Go ahead.
Was there an estimate from the the landscaper or the architect as to what this might cost, and was the bid within that range, if there was?
Board President, Secretary Wells, to address your question, yes, our MAC was 4.2 when we started this project. We reviewed the price that came in, and since January of 2023, the wage decisions have increased with a subsistence and an incentive on most of the laborers and electrical journeymen. Those wages, we're seeing an increase in our max up to 20%, sir.
So we're the exact figures then got beyond me. Are we within that?
We're Secretary Wells, we are just outside the MAC that we had done in January of 2022. And I will tell you exactly how far out we are on that. Oops. We're $600,000 outside our MAC.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I do have one other question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
What do we know about the contractor, and is he capable and able to do the work? And do we know anything about the quality of his from other projects that he's done?
Board President, Secretary Wells, yes, this contractor is a local contractor from the Farmington area. He is also the same contractor who has completed our teacher housing at SAO and Mesa Housing. He is also currently working on the AC Warner pool.
Okay, we have experience with him then,
Yes, sir, we do.
and you would recommend him?
Yes, sir, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, board members?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Candace.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, board members. Mr. Carlson.
Pen went out. Okay. We're on to section 5, review consent items. See below, and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. We have nothing pulled.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as it stands then.
And I second.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a roll call. Vice President Haskey?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya. Board Member George.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So, okay. So now we'll go section 7, convene an executive session. Convene in executive session to discuss status on pending and/or threatening litigation regarding personnel and status of student services evaluations and status on student services evaluation, impact aid matters, Newcomb safety incident, HB 134 and Gallup lawsuit, and potential appeal as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015, 1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Make a motion to convene into executive session.
I second.
Okay. Vice President Haskey,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and I vote yes. 5-0, so we will be in executive session.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we reconvene in open session.
I second that.
Okay. We had a motion by Wells and a second by Montoya, and an echo by Vice President Haskell. And so, Vice President Haskell, how do you vote?
He's
I'm
offended
sorry,
now.
I was trying to unmute myself, so yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and yes. Excuse me. So reconvening open sessions, you didn't even allow me to read the paragraph. Stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed, discuss status pending and or threatening litigation regarding personnel and status on student service evaluation, impact aid matters, Newcomb Safety Incident, HB 134, and Gallup lawsuit and potential appeal as permitted under NMSA 1978 Section 15(1) H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. So I'll go ahead on to 8. Any possible items for next meeting?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I would like to have a consideration to have a special board meeting to discuss the strategic plan, because we're currently in April. We only have approximately 2.5 months before the end of the school year. And I believe we have not had, I'm assuming, budget is being worked on. We just approved the calendar, so those two things go together. And it's just my opinion that we need to discuss some of those matters that are pertinent to the strategic plan and what we're looking like and looking at for next year. Thank you.
Okay, and this at the end of April?
The sooner the better.
How does April 27th look for everybody?
What day is that?
It's a Thursday.
Thursday.
I will be out of town.
Is it possible for Zoom?
I will be doing travel consultations, so I won't be able to do that. My schedule's full from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. What about the 25th on Tuesday?
What would be the hours?
It'd be a day and a night shift. No, I'm kidding. Day.
Like right now?
Let's not have another like tonight, huh?
For just that special item, okay, maybe about noon to whenever. Noon or 1. on the 25th Tuesday.
Noon is good for me.
Where will we hold it?
I'm hoping here because I'm on night shift.
If my arm heals, I can probably make it here. If not, I wouldn't be able to make it to Shiprock.
You're not in Shiprock, are you? I mean,
It's Kirtland.
they're in,
Randy Manning.
you're like less than, like, within crawling distance, Marion.
So the 25th, does that work on a Tuesday?
I think that would work for me.
I will probably be able to Zoom.
At noon?
Yes, I can.
Noon or 1 o'clock?
1 is better for me.
I can hold off my lunch until 1 o'clock so that I can Zoom in.
Okay, 1 o'clock. I should be somewhat awake.
Different than now.
She's hitting her second wind.
Okay, so we'll plan on that April 25th, 1 o'clock. And only that item. I'm warning you now. Yes, that's why I'm saying I'm warning you now. No, I will no. No. So, only that item. Everything that pertains to what Board Member Montoya said. And also for that, possible items for that next meeting, which is not on April 25th, but in May. Cheryl, do you want the discussion of unisex bathrooms?
Oh, yes, can we put that on there? Thank you for bringing that up, yeah.
Okay, so you have that, Sharon? Okay. Any other items? Secretary Wells, Vice President Haskey?
I don't have anything at this time.
I think just in preparation for the graduation, I think we had talked about it before with the wheelchair and handicap accessibility to make sure there's a plan. And I'd like to hear that plan at each of the high school graduations.
Oh, yes, me as well, thank you.
Okay, and I'm gonna include in there safety, meaning first aid if necessary.
Yes, like a first aid station.
Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Go ahead.
Jermaine has got her hand raised again.
Who?
Miss Chappelle.
Go ahead.
You want me to have the policies ready for review at the next meeting?
Yes. Yes. I didn't know whether or not to say that out loud. Okay. Okay,
Kick your hand out. There you go.
and plus deltas, board members?
I think for me, the plus is that we've covered a lot of topics. We really stuck to the agenda, and I think we've made good progress. Deltas, you all are even over, all of us went over even Arizona time where I'm at. So we're way over, we're going into Pacific time now. So hopefully we'll be able to improve in terms of time. So thank you.
Any other board members?
Plus, I like your idea of limiting time on the presentations. Perhaps we could do better in limiting time on our discussion.
I echo that sentiment, and for the fear of being too critical, just ensuring, and I know there's a lot of times we can look at that information beforehand. If we have questions, we can forward it to the superintendent so he can get us some clarity. So when we do come in here, we can have more pointed discussions or conversations about whatever it is we need to discuss, or it may even be answered by his response. So not that we're all sharing the email, but again, individually, we always have that opportunity to do that for the sake of clarity, to help us with our decisions and guidance, basically. So other than that, my plus is my delta, and my delta is my plus. Thank you.
Sure, I understood that.
Okay, the big plus, you know, we did try to keep the presentations, and I think we need to reduce it even more.
Like 1 minute.
No, 3.
Really?
Yeah, 3 minutes. And then, you know, because I don't want to put a time limit on the board members, because we meet only those 2 times out of the month, and I'd rather let them have the time to answer or ask questions or make comments. But we got to be better in the way we ask those questions, and so that it doesn't turn back on us as well. So anyone else with plus and deltas?
Can I make a real quick announcement? Invitation?
Go ahead.
So Thursday, just as a reminder, and Sharon's already sent a reminder, but I want to make sure, we'd love to have board representation. And I know there's a lot of people still listening in the community at this time. But we do need community representation. It's 12 o'clock, Facility Masters Planning Meeting, a 5-year plan meeting, at 12 o'clock at the Bon Wilson Technical Center. Please come. Your input is very much appreciated.
Will the doors be open?
No, only if you're on time. And also, we're going to work to getting you some, we'll get some badges for that as well.
Oh, that's
Clarification, it's this Thursday?
Yes, this Thursday. I'll send an email out.
That's the 5-year master plan, and that's going to be the second meeting. Was it? Third meeting.
Yeah.
And I requested badges for us board members, mainly because Secretary Wells had shown up and stood out there and was basically locked out, and I was lucky enough to get in with somebody had a card. But so in that case, I asked for badges for the board members.
I know, I thought you were, I knew it.
So Thursday at noon, and I put out a possible quorum. Yeah, or find out who's going to attend. I'd like to attend.
I will be there.
Yeah.
I will be there.
I will not be able to be there.
Okay. A motion to adjourn.
Madam, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
I second.
Okay, Vice President Haskey,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Absolutely.
Board Member Montoya,
How much time do I got? Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and I say yes. Good night.
Good night, you all. Be safe on the road.
Christina, text me when you get home.
Okay.
Jared, you too.
Good night, everybody. Have a safe drive home.